And we're live on my side.
Yeah, live on my side as well. Hello, hello. Greetings, everyone. Hi, how are you doing today? We are a group of intrepid world builders that go by the name of Paladin, Leo, Columba, and Matt, otherwise Chaotic and Rider. And we're here to play the Quiet Year. We are performing this game in order to build out the history of one of our mutual projects for world building purposes, part of the Archives. If you're not aware of what the Archives is, it is a fantastic Discord community filled with all sorts of very great characters, very fun individuals. We're all tabletop enthusiasts. There's all sorts of fun events that happen, games that are run. So if you are somebody who likes TTRPGs, Dungeons and Dragons, please consider checking out the Archives. Feel free to drop a link to the Archives if you want to provide that in. Oh, by the way, we are co-streaming, Paladin and myself. So hello, Paladin stream.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello and hello, Chaotic and Rider stream. How's it going? Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. And so, from a high level, Astalia is the fantasy world that we are looking to host a setting that we are all sort of mutually compiling, writing together, a West Marches, and then a couple of other things in the future as events roll out and production of the environment continues. And so we are here to invite you on a journey of world building as we're going to be performing the Quiet Year. The Quiet Year is a map drawing world building tabletop game. It's something that I know I've run in the past. Paladin had mentioned that he had run it in the past. I've seen a bunch of other podcasts run it as well. It's super fun. The short version of it is you get a group of friends together and you take a deck of cards and you are basically depicting a story of a community or a world or whatever the scope you want to work with. And each suit in the deck of cards is a season, starting with spring, then going to summer, fall, winter. But while you are drawing each of these cards brings up a world building prompt, of which we have to kind of mention and discuss how we're adding it into the setting. We're going to add in a couple of other pieces. One in particular is this world of Astalia is actually, it's unique. It is one world, but is actually consisting of fragments of other bygone worlds. So each turn, we're going to have the opportunity to incorporate some new element into this world that didn't exist before. It could be, it could be a species, it could be a feature, it could be as expansive as a civilization or a bunch of cultural remains, or anything that can be added and overlaid, things that have come from these other basically fragments of other worlds. There is an overarching reason to this, of which only the powers that be know. And of course, for the time being, we are the powers that be. But in any case, the goal of the game will be to build out a map, and with each season, the stakes get higher until you reach winter. Whereas if you draw, I don't remember if it's the Ace of Spades or the King of Spades. The original games say that the Frost Shepherds arrive, and it's supposed to be emblematic of some sort of end time. In this case, we have an event that we're building up towards. We will not explain what the event is. For the time being, we can just call it the First Judgment.
First Judgment. I like that.
And in which case, we can always contextualize it further from there. But what you're going to discover is, as we're going through this, there's going to be a lot of things that we reference, a bunch of mystery, because we've already had some discussion about what this is going to kind of look like as a setting. Can't necessarily tell you too much, but we can reveal kind of disparate bits and pieces as we're adding onto it, and just sit back and enjoy the ride, because there's some very interesting things that we can possibly add to this world. This is raw potential of world building, and I am happy to enjoy this game with the two of you. But before we go forward, I think maybe each of us should probably do an introduction of ourselves and our handles, where you can find us, what kind of stuff we're doing. I will pass the turn because I've been talking a whole bunch in the beginning. So why don't I pass it to you, Paladin?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Matt. And yeah, that's a very good explanation of the Quiet Year. My name is Paladin from Paladin's Archives. I'm a professional dungeon master. I do quite a lot of things. I stream my D&D games on Mondays and Fridays. I write books. I recently just finished a Kickstarter for one of my books today, actually, and I'm looking forward to sending out all the wonderful hard copies and getting that new book smell. I also writing a book with Matt and Lion as well for Astalia, for Pretalia, which is the planet that we are working on. You can find me on Paladin's Archives on Twitch, on Twitter, just about anywhere. If you search Paladin's Archives, you'll find me. I'm also on YouTube as well. Let's see, what else can I say? Yeah, even if you're not a part of the Archives Discord server, the Archives, which is different than Paladin's Archives, the Archives is a community server where a lot of this, what we're working on now, is... Oh, and I just got raided. Hey, hello, Wolf Harrington. Hey.
Hey,
welcome, Wolf Harrington. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We are going to be doing a game of the Quiet Year. Hey, hi, Wolf Harrington. Let's give you a shout out, so we can, anyone that is watching can go give him a follow. Hello. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We're going to be doing a game of the Quiet Year. This is in preparation of us writing our setting book, which is called Astalia. We're writing a place called Pretalia, which is a place in the Astalia setting, and so we're going to be... Well, I guess we'll learn the rules in a little bit more in depth, but we're gonna have cards. Chaotic Writer is another creator as well on Twitch and YouTube. Very you should go follow him. He's very he's very good at what he does. So I will shout you out here in a moment after it's been some time, so that people can follow Wolf Harrington first, of course. But yeah, that's pretty much it about me. Oh, I guess I could say a little more. I used to be a neuroscientist before all of this. I don't do that anymore. It's been almost 2 years. God, it's so weird. It's been almost 2 years since I last was in a hospital working with people's brains. Yeah, it really does. But okay, but that's enough about me, and I'll pass it on over to Lion. Also, hi, Lotus Buddy.
Hi all, I'm Lion of GM. You'll hear them call me Leo sometimes. It's just short for Lion. You can find me more or less only on YouTube by Lion of GM, but I don't really put myself out there. I've been a DM for longer than I can remember. I've been a GM a little shorter than that, and there's one thing I love is making worlds. So let's dig up some new Earth.
You know, Lion. Lion is extremely knowledgeable. Well, you've been at it for like 2 decades now, since you were a little tyke, actually, right? Like your dad taught you, which is an amazing
Yep.
amount of time. That, you know.
My dad didn't know exactly what to do with a toddler. So he was like, see these dice? Let's play make believe, and that was D&D has just been my make believe ever since I was a kid. I learned the
That's
rules before I ever touched a controller or a TV remote.
that almost seems like the perfect time to like bring it up because that's whenever a lot of that imagination starts spiraling out, right? But anyway, but yeah, that's really awesome to hear. Like that's a really long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He really does. Okay, so what are we doing today, Matt? How is this
Yeah.
gonna work?
So, how this is going to work? First and foremost, we're gonna need 2 to 4 players. We got 3 players. Now the rules say 4 to 5 hours of time. We can always speed up or slow down depending upon what we need. We need some sort of board for map making. We are using Miro, which is an idea board. We can just kind of throw whatever on there. We need a deck of cards, 52 cards. Now, if we don't have it physically, we need a way to generate it on
I got
thing.
cards.
Otherwise,
You
have
got cards like
Got it.
okay. I was about to say like,
That
oh
was-
yeah, I forgot about the deck of cards. I'm like, what do I have? A tarot deck? That's not what we need.
And so, aside from that,
Spades and cribbage kits.
Nice.
excellent. So we'll have Lion be the honorary card dealer. If you could do
Yeah,
a
split them
favor,
up.
split them up
Yeah.
by suit, and then shuffle them in their individual for, one for each season. And we obviously will be starting with spring. So how this works from a step-by-step and turn-based perspective is, well, the biggest thing to keep in mind is when we play the Quiet Year, there are certain opportunities to potentially create some sort of small scene, or dictate the moves and the actions and the events that happen with maybe particular people even. But we do not control specific characters. Like, we don't have a favorite character that we choose. We are basically functioning as abstract social forces within the whole of this community. We could be representing a single person or a great many people, but the goal of the game, The Quiet Year, is about social forces and their impact on the land, which is exactly the kind of game that we want to run for, building out the history of the world. We are looking for opportunities to do things such as introduce new and interesting. Well, we want to introduce new and interesting words. We want to introduce new and interesting challenges, and that is what our main goal is. We are not competing against each other. We're working with each other, and we're yes-anding each other's things, and we're adding on and creating a mural of awesome storytelling. We need to make sure it is our roles to ensure that there are always difficult decisions to be made and uncertainties to explore. As we introduce those challenges for the community and figure out how to address them, tensions will emerge that ultimately reveal the character and the future of different parts of that community. So that's the overall disclaimer. But in terms of the rules, first, we need a map layout. Prior to our setting up the stream, we managed to put together a few different map concepts using Asgar, which is a map generator. I posted some concepts, Paladin posted some concepts. I think we ended up voting on one in particular. And I know that we presently have that on the Miro board.
Huh? Yes.
But we might want to take a copy of it and then put an enlarged version of it in its separate location.
I could get that right now. So the one that won was, it was Matt's. Actually, Matt's, yours was pretty amazing. I mean, I'll show, a nice, here's mine right here. So you guys can see what the follow-up one, this giant white impassable wall of mountainous ice is something that we talked about adding. And then here are some follow-ups of previous maps that we had generated that, we're not as cool. They're still good, but not as cool. But we're going to be using Matt's map that he made over here. Matt's map that he made. So let's see if I'm able to just grab that. Nope. Okay. Ungroup. Nope. Still more ungrouping. Somehow. There we go.
Oh yeah, it is.
I got it.
There you go.
I got it.
Yep.
Sweet. So, here we go. So I will go ahead and put it over here on our giant orange board over here on the left side.
Nice.
Boop. Were we still wanting to add that impassable ice mountain range?
That is a good point, and thank you for bringing that up, because that was actually the next thing I wanted to bring up. We used Asgar as a generator just because it's simpler, but we still get to establish changes to the landscape. We will kind of go around in a circle a few times to see if there's anything that we want to add, suggestions, until we believe that the map is populated well enough to have a suitable starting point. Items to draw on the map. We can, if we want to preemptively figure out some initial community things, we can, but we don't necessarily need to focus on that. We can just agree that there perhaps is a pre-existing, there's a, like a pre-existing civilization or something. So in which case, I think we should we roll for it, or should I elect one of our fine individuals to go first?
Ooh, we could have someone from chat see who shout someone out. If someone from chat wants to just pick one of us to kind of start, either from your end or mine, whoever goes first, either one.
Or if chat wants to suggest something, that's also
Oh, there you go.
Kind of cool. You did mention the
we can use polls as well. The Twitch feature for polls. Yeah.
So you had already mentioned the mountain range and stuff. So let's maybe figure out what's the best place to add that.
Sure. Let me get a copy of it over here. See if I can crop it and just lay it down on top of something. Okay. So I can crop it. Nice. Okay. So let's pull it in a little bit. Right here. I'll try to get as close to just the ice part as I can. There. Okay. So here is a copy of our mountain range.
Nice. Actually, that works out really cool. Depending upon, where are you thinking that it fits the best if we were to
Well, I really Sorry, okay, occasionally my mic turns off, so apologies. So I really like how it's kind of already naturally set up here. I'm thinking that it could potentially be like an impassable wall like here.
I see.
So it kind of separates the left. Actually, I might even squeeze it down further so that way it's like this instead. And just like really dig into how that wall is just a huge separation between the lands of like one side to the other.
Okay, I think that's awesome. I think that's a great placement for it.
Woo. I'm trying to like turn it to its side. Oh, there we go. There we go. Like so.
Miro is a very useful, interesting tool. There's obviously a lot of features to it, which I should mention before we kind of pass the buck here. There are multiple additional apps in Miro. If you go to the sidebar on the left and then go down to the black plus button, there is one for stickers and emojis, and I think there's one for... Oh, where is it? It is...
Oh, it's got a Kanban as well.
It does have a Kanban. I'm looking for... If you type in icons... Yeah, so if you type in the search bar and type in icon, there's one called images and icons. And you can search for a particular icon if you want to add like a...
Ooh, okay.
Or castle or something. Or...
Oh, okay, that... I like that a lot. That's really cool.
We are essentially whiteboarding our experience, so... So let's pass the buck over to Leo. If there's anything in the terrain itself, not anything we're adding on in-game, but anything you want to adjust about the terrain or add.
No, I loved the map you had, and I did want there to be that impossible wall of ice somewhere. And I actually spent some time trying to generate a map that was like yours, that had the impenetrable wall of ice. But I would either get all ice and no spirals, or all fractals and no ice. So
yeah, this map really takes the cake. It's really nice. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, if you want to compliment me in my ability to click a button to randomize our experience,
his RNG is like on point.
Yeah, it is.
Gar is a fantastic tool.
Right.
All right, so yeah, I'm almost satisfied with saying that our map is already kind of figured out. I don't think we necessarily need to add too much context to there being a current civilization, except to say that one already exists. And we can maybe contextualize it somehow as we're adding stuff. So, step 1's finished. Step 2, we need to determine starting resources. This is a world map. Obviously, it's going to have every natural resource under the sun, as you can imagine. However, if we think of ourselves as the community, the thing is that every community must dominantly rely on its starting resources. And so the idea is that we're kind of ad-libbing. We're improvising some dominant resources to determine what is in abundance and what is in scarcity. And different events throughout the game can put certain things that are in abundance, can take certain things in abundance away from us, or take things that are in scarcity away from us as well, or put things in abundance or scarcity. So that also can tell a bunch of the story as well. So each one of us is going to go around and state a resource at the quote-unquote community's disposal, something that fits the theme of the game and the purpose of the community. Now, when I say community, we haven't really established what that is. I think we might all mutually know what that is.
I think so.
But I would say let's just see what we come up with here, because resources are a part of the quiet year, and these could be social constructs, they could be actual material resources, they could be some sort of like cultural abundance, or we have to just put characteristics on what these resources are.
Okay.
If anybody has an idea to start with, feel free to jump forward. Otherwise, I can start.
I have an idea. I just got a question on like, am I placing these on the map, or am I saying how scarce and how much there are, or how does that work?
we'll keep track of a list and then mark it as abundance or scarcity. So
Okay.
it'll be a list kind of on the side, like a
Okay.
text list.
The one resource that or you know what? I'll let Lion go first if he wants to add.
I was just looking at how we could put a sticky note down so we can get them.
Oh, you know that's a great idea.
We could do different colors for if it's abundance or scarcity.
Oops. We'll go with, hey, look, a nice cyan color. Just kind of put it off to the top, up here. Oop. Okay.
Cool. So cyan abundance, and then maybe like pink scarcity. In which case,
Got you.
in terms of well, one sec here. Let me just make sure that I am ingesting our rule set. Must rely on starting resources. Each player states a resource at the community's disposal, something that fits the theme of the game. Then the players choose one of these resources to be in abundance and the rest to be in scarcity. Got it. So we will have 3 resources to start with.
Okay, so I'll put one to the side
One in
called
abundance,
resources.
and then 2 in scarcity. Yep.
Okay. And it might switch back and forth, but at least we'll have an amalgamated list on the side. Right. Gotcha. There we go. Okay.
If anybody has an inquiry or something to possibly do.
So what I'm thinking is something kind of similar to like crystallized magic, like magic that has been condensed down into a gem-like form can be used potentially. That like features the different types of elements, or maybe like divine, necrotic, or positive or negative. But these are available just wherever there's like a surplus of that type of magic. And kind of what it does maybe is that it if there's any magic that is of that type, it like kind of absorbs it into itself. So it's almost like it's sort of anti-magic, where you can't do certain magics in certain places. Like you can't have fire around a fire crystal because it'll just absorb it right into itself. But they can be used as like a form of like magical fuel, mayhap.
Gotcha.
So you can amplify magics with it too, or maybe do different things with it.
Awesome, a fuel source.
Yeah.
So magic capacitor crystals.
Yeah. What's I guess
Magic
giving it a
capacitors.
name. Magic capacitors, MCs. MCCs.
Magicapacitors.
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 Magicapacitors. There we go.
Oh my god, I actually like that term. So are we deciding right away that one's going to be the one in abundance?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I guess, do we have to decide that now, or do we decide that at the end of the list?
Once
Vote end of list.
Yeah, end of list. So your suggestion is magicapacitors for
Yes.
a resource.
Mhm.
We'll move over to Lion. Do you have a idea for a resource that may be present in our world to start with?
Start with, something I'm a fan of is humongous fungus. Just huge, like, tree-sized mushrooms. You know,
Humongous
you-
fungus. That's a pretty catchy name. I like it. Okay, so I'll put humongous fungus. Oops, fungus. There we go.
What if you called it humongous? Nah, that'd be weird. we've already done the
fungus.
fungus. Awesome. Okay, so 2 resources. A third I want to go with something a little different, something that isn't like a tangible piece, but something that is like something that is more metaphysical. I'm trying to think what that could be, though. If I could go off the top of my head, divine favor.
Divine favor. Ooh.
I mean, I'm gonna use the term divine favor. I don't know if there could be a better term, but I would say the favor of something. Zip of the lips.
Okay.
We haven't determined necessarily what it is yet, but something in particular, their favor is important to the situation.
I think I'm picking up what you're laying down. I got you. I got you.
I like them their wheel.
Right.
Hell yeah. So I think those are our 3 resources. Which one of those do we want in abundance, and which 2 do we want scarcity? Any votes?
I personally like divine favor. I kind of see it as kind of a scarce thing.
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Right?
Yep.
So now, do we want a lot of do you want a lot of magic or a lot of fungus in the world? That kind of really sets a huge shift in like one versus the other, right? So on one side you have plants that kind of develop off of other things, and there's these huge systems of like underground branches of fungus that branch out, and that presents one problem, and also like good things to have. But then on the other side, you have the problems of like being limited with magic, plus having the possibility of weaponizing them a lot more. So it's like one is more like kind of naturalistically potentially disastrous and very helpful, and so is the other one, but in different ways. So I'm not sure. I feel like they're both so good, I can't really come up with one.
I want to throw out the notion that like there's sort of a parable about industry versus nature going on here, where like the fuel source is the thing that's probably in scarcity, and the natural resource is in abundance, because it is this is a world before things start happening.
That is so true. Yeah, in that case, yeah, humongous fungus is my vote for abundance. That's a pretty good point.
I'm sold. I'll buy your entire stock.
Yeah.
all the fungus trees, all of them.
Heck yeah. So, we have our abundance, which is humongous fungus, and then our scarcities will be magipacitors in divine favor.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then we are now at the point where we can start playing the game. To go through how each turn works. Each turn that we take individually is considered a week, quote unquote. We're gonna call it a week, but we know that it's not like an actual week in time. It's just a unit of time passing, just for the sake of the setting. What we're going,
roll.
I mean, we could.
Do we want to make it a year kind of thing, like, and have like the seasons be like a more like
Age,
metaphorical kind of thing, like an age of spring, an age of summer?
Right. That makes sense. We could do that, as long as we're documenting what those rolls are each time we roll. And there's at least there's going to be up to 52 turns.
So, so for a civilization, let's see, we can do like a D10 for 1 to 10 years, or D100 for 1 to 100 years, or
like for every turn. I guess it really depends on like how much history we're trying to tell, right? I mean, because history kind of moves a bit slow, especially if we're talking about like medieval fantasy. Like things don't move quickly. Well, maybe they can.
We also don't have to be super precise about the distance of time. Not yet. Because we're right now we're kind of trying to understand like the order of things and how things have unraveled, and whether something is anywhere from 5 years to 10 years, or if it's 50 years to 100 years, that can be adjusted. Those are just two different metrics of distance and time. So
right.
Maybe we do something simpler, like we roll a d6, and depending upon if it's like a 1 to 2, we're talking about a single year. If it's 3 to 4, we're talking about up to a decade. If it's 5 to 6, we're talking up to a century.
Okay, I will get out my set of dice and okay, there we go.
Or maybe just to make sure that we're not skipping over too much time, we make 6 up to a century.
Okay,
then,
sounds good. I want to show off I don't normally use my dice, but when I do, I use like this nice like gold and red kind of set. I just really like the combination. It's very nice, and they're made out of metal too, so they're nice and clunky and heavy.
My favorite dice is 50 tiny d6s.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool.
I'm a fan of tiny dice.
Tiny dice, I love it.
All right, so we figured out what the time interval is. Each turn is going to be something of that nature. What we're otherwise going to add is at the beginning of each of our turns, we're going to add something. This is something that isn't basic to the rules of the Quiet Year, but what we're going to do is we're going to add something, whether it is a species, a monument, a feature, something that is adapted as a fragment of another world being added onto here, and we're going to list it on each of our turns, and that's going to be the first thing that we do on our turn. It could be anything. So that's first step of our turn. Second step of our turn is the character who is playing will draw a card, and based upon what card they draw, we will read the prompt text that goes with it, and then answer the prompt text. 3, the active player reduces any project counter down by 1. Any of them that are on the map, well, basically all of them. Just to let you know, there are projects in this game. The project starter, when a project gets to 0, the person who started that project gets to tell everybody how it turned out. If you added a project this week, you don't count it down. And a successful project means everything went as planned, but it does not mean a full success or that everyone is happy about it. So that's 3, is the manner of projects. 4, which is the last part of the turn, we choose an action. Discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. Discovering something new is, as it says, you introduce a new situation. It could be a problem, an opportunity, or both. We will draw the situation on the map or throw an icon on, and we keep things short. We keep it to like 30 seconds, something like that. If things are, just keep in mind, if things happening right now, if they're too easy, we should introduce a dilemma to make things complicated. If something is named, we should write down the name of that thing. So that's discover something new. Hold a Discussion is we spend a super duper short role-playing session. The person who chooses that, they pose a question or a statement, and each player weighs in once with 1 or 2 sentences. Keep it super short. We're not trying to have a whole huge discussion. We are just trying to represent some sort of conversation that happens somewhere in the world, and we can add immediate context to it if we want, or we could just keep it in the background and decide later. And the third thing is start a project. You choose a situation and declare what the community will do to resolve it, and you decide how many weeks it will take, 1 to 6, depending upon the difficulty and the feasible duration of it. This is probably where rolling the d6 for the week or the weeks might make things a little challenging, but I like a challenge. So
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Exactly. So those are how we're doing each of our turns. There's 4 things you do, and on that 4th part, there's 3 actions. 1 of 3 actions to take. There's a mechanic called contempt tokens. It's an optional thing. The idea is if we decide that somebody does something that's disagreeable and they weren't consulted on, they can put in a contempt token. It's extra stuff. I don't know if we want to keep track of it in that way, but if somebody decides, oh, I imagine this contempt will happen, and then throw it in, fine. We have determined our resources. One thing I just want to let you know about just framing is restraint. Please we want to refrain from freewheeling conversations on what to do next. We take short prompts during each of the steps of our turns because we want to kind of keep things moving and keep things at a high level. But of course, some things will require some details. Just don't fixate on the story of a single character or a group of characters. Interesting figures will emerge by themselves. This game is not set on telling individual stories. It's about telling the whole story, right? You don't play a character. Every character is managed by everyone, if there is a character that comes out of this. And the game's about community. It's wants and needs and how decisions are made and about those wants and needs, and we should use named characters to support that larger bird's eye view. Cool. Very last thing.
I'm being attacked by a dog. I'm sorry.
Very last thing is just pacing and progression. The whole idea of this is that we're quote unquote building to a judgment day of some sort. So spring is going to ask us a lot of questions as we learn about our community's inner workings and the stuff we encounter. Summer, we see larger threats and greater progress will emerge. Autumn will challenge us with much more serious dangers because we're nearing the end. And then winter, at any point during winter, if we draw the card that ends the game ends. It just ends. If that's the first card we draw during the winter, then it just ends.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's exciting.
When you have it too good for too long.
That's all. We can review any of those mechanics, but that's the quiet year.
Okay. So just to recap, just to make sure I understand. So
Yep.
thing every turn, right?
Oh, you cut out there.
Oh, am I back? Am I?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to add something every turn, whether it's a place, people, monument, something, and then we're going to draw a card, and we're going to read the prompt from the card, whatever it might be. Just the second thing. And then the third thing is that we're going to have some sort of project management, like counting down, right? Or and then the fourth thing is choosing an action, and there's 3 things. There's discover, and I didn't quite get what the different things for discover were.
There's 3 different actions you can take. One is discover something new, one is hold a discussion, and one is start a project.
Oh, it's discover something new. Okay, discussion and then project, and that was it. And then if we get to winter and we get the one faded card. It ends. Right? Okay, just ends. Got it.
All right. So, we can start. It really all depends on who wants to start. If we can roll it
Roll
or
initiative.
roll initiative.
Roll initiative. Okay. Okay, got my d20, and I got a 4.
Well,
I will have to use digital dice because I
Oh.
realized I didn't actually put dice in front of me. So
Oh,
how do you not have dice within hand's reach?
I know we was literally
Man.
just started this. Okay, I rolled. I got a 4.
okay.
Oh.
I guess you and I have to roll again because we matched. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay, I got a 12. No,
I got a
I guess
1.
I got to roll again because Lion also got a 12. I got a 14.
Well, I got a 1, so I'm gonna go last.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so it's reverse order: Paladin, Lion, Chaotic, and Rider.
That is. You're darn tootin'. Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Cool.
I will draw and reveal the card and read
Well-
the prompt.
So
Or-
you can draw right away, but
Yeah.
first thing is we want to add a fragment. We're gonna just call them fragments. What is something that you want to add to this world? Again, species or feature or anything that comes from one of the other worlds that this is a fragment of that's being contributed into this world. I'm keeping a list on the side here.
Yep. I also am just I made a spreadsheet already on my piece of paper.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Did you
And-
mention an idea?
Wait, so is it Lion, me, and then you, Matt, or wait?
You-
I'm I'm gonna be the last one. Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, so am I first?
You won. Yeah, you
Oh,
won with.
oh, you guys are waiting. Here I am thinking it's okay. I'm waiting on Lion. I wrote Lion down on my piece of paper, like Lion's first. My bad. Look, I.
I
Okay, so
already know what my fragment is because I mentioned what it was to you. But
okay, so I just get to add anything. Question: Is there already like an existing group, or am I gonna add a group to kind of start everything off? Do we know?
I'm presuming like there is a civilization that already exists here, but now we're adding fragments of other worlds, and they could be species, or they could be playable races, or they could be a school of magic, or it could be a kind of profession or class, or it could
Mhm.
be something that is physical. Maybe it is a literal chunk of a world. And what sort of cool thing is being added, just thrown down. It could be very special. It could be technology. You know, if you want to
Training
put,
AK-47.
if you want to put Gundams, is, you know, like you can add Gundams.
Just as an idea, just because I know like there's so many things we could add in a world to start with, and then adding more on top. Do we maybe want to follow mayhaps a suggestion, maybe the same thing as the resource?
Oh, you cut out again. Sorry. You cut out again.
I'm sorry. My microphone, I believe the wire is like running out, so
Oh, gotcha.
I gotta buy a new one probably tonight or tomorrow, because it's been acting up a lot more frequently, especially today, when normally it's a little bit more stable. But I was saying maybe we could do the same thing as the resources. Each one of us can just add a race, and then we could just place them down somewhere just to begin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can do that. Is we're talking about like before we start turns?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
sure,
we have
let's do that.
something to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll say peoples or ancestries. Yeah, well, peoples is fine, I guess. And I guess if I'm gonna add a peoples,
Up you go.
I think that I'm gonna go with. Is it okay to use the must-haves, or are those out of the question for the sake of the game? I don't remember what we talked about.
Oh, well, I know, like, mine, for instance, one of my quote-unquote must-haves is something that I'm going to be adding on one of my turns, because it makes sense.
Okay.
It doesn't exist already. If it's something that makes sense that exists already, then yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna add in. You know what? I will not add that one in, actually. What I'll do is I will add. I guess I can't add those either. Oh gosh, this is so much harder. I'm going to add a group.
Choice paralysis.
I'm gonna add in a group of sentient clockwork people.
Oh. We have a world of humongous fungus and sentient clockwork people.
There we go. And I'm just gonna pick a spot, and I guess since they don't really have senses, I'll place them on top at the very far north of the impassable mountain, just right up here. I'll just put a little spot for them.
Cool. So you feel free to like drag an icon or a token or something. Boom. Oh, there you go. Cool. So we have sentient clockwork people. And they are basically they're calling their home base up there. Lion. Any initial peoples you want to add?
So, for peoples, I'm going to add some creatures called the Roog.
The Roog? What are the Roog?
The Roog are giant humanoid amphibians.
Oh.
And let me get a sticker. Need a frog sticker.
There we go. I have drawn my the race that I've added. They got gears for heads.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
And the Roog are going to be. They like the water, so we'll put them over here somewhere.
So.
Oh.
I want to throw something out there. I know that humans get a very default role in settings that very default. I mean, I don't want humans to be part of the starting. I want humans to have been added as a fragment. What does everybody feel about that?
Humans added as a fragment?
As opposed to being part of the initial.
Oh heck yeah. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
So I want to throw that out there because I was thinking humans and I was like, oh no, that's probably too basic, and I don't like that idea either. So initial. So we have sentient clockwork individuals. Well, I mean, it makes sense if they exist. There was construct of some nature. We have amphibious individuals. We have giant fungi. I mean, I'm thinking we have a people of like bloat flies. We're talking about like because you got amphibians, so now we have giant flies as well.
So they're just like constantly rubbing their hands like oh my god.
Absolutely. And I would maybe the Roog and these flies don't get along for reasons, but I want that. So I'm just gonna call them bloat flies, but I'm not gonna say that that's what they're gonna be called. That's just so let me take an icon here. Type in lie. Hopefully there is one for an actual, like, bug. I'm just seeing a whole bunch of, oh, well, technically that works. There. And I'm gonna put them kind of here-ish. I'm gonna make them smaller. There. Sweet. Cool. So, those are going to be our initial creatures. And they will have been sentient enough to create a civilization of sorts.
I love it. Cute little bee. Hello.
And now comes the game, and now comes the fragments of worlds.
One last thing, because do we want to add the resources? I just put them on there, but I didn't know if that's gonna make a difference throughout the game if we place them down or not.
I mean, if we want to just do it as visual, that's kind of fancy.
Okay.
Like it. Cool.
Cool.
So, kicking off the game, Lion, if there's any element of the fragmented world you want to add.
Oh, it's Paladin, then me, then you.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Paladin,
right. That's
sorry.
right.
Yeah, you're right.
Things of a fragment world. So, I think I want to start with having this particular piece of land that was added. I could probably circle it. This particular piece of land was added, and it is an entire desert where 40% of the land is made out of glass that's been struck by lightning.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna say lightning glass desert. It's gonna be our first fragment. Cool beans. All right. So in which case, that is part 1 of your turn. Part 2 is to draw a card, and then read off the prompt. And since I have the Quiet Year rule set in front of me, I can go ahead and read that.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Can everybody see that?
Ooh, what is it?
It's a card.
It's a card. Oh, I can see it. Is that a King of Hearts?
That is the King of Hearts.
Oh, I should mention. Oh, as luck turns out, the hearts is spring, so we got it right.
I got him in order.
Okay, sweet. So,
Okay.
King of Hearts. A young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or, an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done? You choose one of the two, and then you answer it.
So, also, someone in my chat said that glass made from deserts are called fulgurites, or rather glass made from lightning. Oh, I didn't know that. That's an actual thing? I would imagine so, right? Like, lightning probably does legitimately turn stuff into glass in real life. Okay. Fulgurites.
Fulgurite, yeah.
Fulgurite. I like
I'm gonna
that.
add that word. That's
Thank you, Cinnaball. That is very insightful. Okay, so so it's a choice between old man atrocities and little boy finds something underground, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, I like the finding something portion, and I think that what this boy found was a fossil, a massive fossil that's about the shape of a mountain, a small mountain, that is of an ancient race of dinosaurs that is now long since dead, and we'll say it's about like 100 feet tall. It's like a giant predatory carnivore. And as far as where he found it, I'll put down a fossil somewhere. Let's see. Or let's see, T-Rex. Is there like a T-Rex symbol? Yay, there's a T-Rex symbol. Okay.
There is.
He found it probably somewhere that would have had a lot of land, and maybe it's very spacious. So we'll say it's over here.
Okay. Super. So we have ourselves dino fossil. Now when we say boy, I understand that we have 3 different creature types to choose. We don't have to be that specific. Maybe we can. But
I think that one of the wasp people found it. Or sorry, the flies. I think one of the flies was like, "Oh, what's this?" and then started digging it out.
Fly boy finds 100-foot tall dino fossil. Got it. Got it. Super. All right. So that is part 2 of your turn. Part 3 is project management. There are no projects right now. So part 4 is you choose one of 3 actions. One is discover something new. One is hold a discussion, and one is start a project. Now, if we're starting a project, we have to sort of presume that we are playing maybe an administrative role by certain administrative individuals. Perhaps. But it doesn't have to be that.
I do want to start a discussion to pose a question, and
All right.
in particular because it does kind of come up as a little bit of a dilemma that I realized I just put down, and I think one of the first things that the cog people maybe might ask is, where did we come from and who created us?
Oh, that's a good question. Where did we come from? Who created us? And the cog people are asking this. Okay, so we're gonna go around in a circle, and we're gonna say a 1 to 2 sentence statement or argument based upon the question. And we can play any character we want. We can play. Since this is in the context of cog people, they're probably maybe talking to each other when we can decide that, or we can just play whatever. But since you started, I'm going to have you depict what the statement is and who's saying it.
I think that the Father Cog, he had gotten the Cog town together, and in a day where things were going rather well, because things have been going well for them lately, he's had chance to really sit back and ponder about their existence, and he doesn't have any sort of idea like what of any deity or anything, and so he just asked the question out loud during the middle of, I don't know, during the middle of a town meeting, where he says, have you guys ever wondered like where we come from and why it is that we do the things we do? As he's asking everyone in the town this, which is fairly small, I'd say like let's say 50 people in it.
Okay.
And then do I get to answer the question, or at that point, or is that?
So I would say like that's your part of the discussion. That's
okay.
What you contributed. So, in which case, I'll just go next. Well, okay. So we're just gonna do it improv. We're gonna just pull it out of the pocket. Did that giant reptile ever ask the same question? We should be minding our own business. These things will not help our community thrive. And then I'll have Lion say his 1 to 2 sentences.
We are clockwork and functioning. We come from a clock that is not functioning.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
That raises a lot of questions. Oh man, like where's this clock? It's not functioning.
The philosopher.
Ooh, that's nice. Philosopher says we must come from a clock that is not functioning. Okay. Cool. So that is our discussion. And that's our first turn of the Quiet Year.
Woo!
Yeah. So it is now Lion's turn. First and foremost, a fragment to add to this world.
I'm going to build on the Rogue and say that they came with their great ancestral salamander, but only most of it. It was too big. Some of it didn't make it.
Parts of the salamander.
The back part, the legs and the tail, are missing. It's kaiju sized.
So this is a creature that we're adding. So like it's a sorry, repeat it one more time. I don't think I quite understood.
The Rogue live on top of a kaiju-sized salamander.
Oh my god, they're on top of Godzilla's. Oh, that's where they live.
I love it. Okay.
Just one though. He's got no pep in his step.
All
Oh,
right.
just one. There's only one. Okay.
Oh, we
Looking
should
for
add a
skin.
salamander, or we can just presume that that's
Frog.
that's the frog. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, part 1 of your turn. Now it's part 2, which is draw a card and then we read prompt.
Pot of green lets me draw one card on the deck. I get the 6 of hearts.
6 of hearts. Are there children in the community? If there are, what is their role in the community? Or, how old are the eldest members of the community? What unique needs do they have?
So I'm not working on just the room.
Correct. We're all sharing. We're sharing each
The
other's.
cog. Actually, no, I'll go with the botflies. There are only children in the community.
Oh.
The queen did not come with them.
Gotcha. So
these are the bot guys.
that answers if there are children, what is their role in the community? Their role is everything because it's all children.
Oh yeah.
All right.
If they weren't so terrifying, they'd have it real bad. All right.
Only children. Queen did not come with them. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that is the second part. Third part is project management. There's no projects on the board. So fourth is choose an action. You can discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project.
Start a project.
Okay. What project would you like to start?
You know, sticking with the potflies, I think they're getting to it and building a hive for the baby queen.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so how many quote unquote weeks do you think that process will take?
5 weeks.
5 weeks. All right, so let's go ahead and add an icon down for a hive. Hive. Do. We'll keep it simple. We'll do like maybe this one. Where do we want the hive to be located?
Yeah, right there. So it makes sense if we have Botfly Island.
Botfly Island.
This one right here.
You would, yeah, you wouldn't catch me within 100 miles of that place.
You know,
Got
that's actually a pretty nice place because they could just fly everywhere. So they really all need that large body of land, huh? And they have all that water to protect them. That's pretty smart.
It's protective, yeah. Super. So we start that project. It's going to be 5. Let's see if maybe I can add in a text box here and just type in the number 5. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, that is your turn. So, we are going to move it over to my turn. And in terms of a fragment that we want to add into the world, I kind of want there to be basically a fragment that is the remnants of like a major superstructure that is not intact. It's just a fragment of this superstructure that was destroyed, and tons of debris have essentially fallen all over a particular area, but the main center of this superstructure is sort of like an ancient, well, not ancient, but like a star drive of sorts. It's completely inert, and it is I'm gonna type in star drive. Inert area of debris. And I am going to choose an icon for that to put on the map as well. Let's see.
This is a bit of a user thing I'm having problems with. So whenever I go to more apps and then I go to images and icons, am I able to add that on the left? Oh, never mind. I figured it out. Forget I said anything.
I'm gonna see if there's an icon for engine, kind of. Oh yeah, I'll just use this like this engine maintenance sign.
Oh no.
Oh, nice.
All right, so could I have somebody do me the favor of rolling 2 d8s?
Ooh.
This is how, because cardinal directions. A cardinal direction and then a cardinal direction.
A 4 and an 8.
A 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So in this section, and then an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I feel like it would be it's gonna be somewhere around here. Maybe on this island. Boom. No, it's actually supposed to be an area of debris. So it's right here. And I'm gonna put a small shape of a circle for the area of debris. It's a whole big junkyard area. Cool. So that is the fragment. Part 2 is going to be drawing a card. If you could do the honors of drawing a card for me, that'd be great.
Oh, 7 of hearts.
7 of hearts. Where does everyone sleep? Who is unhappy with this arrangement and why? Or, what natural predators roam this area? Are you safe? I feel like that first one is probably more proper to like smaller scale games of the Quiet Year. So, what natural predators roam this area? Are you safe? Well, I would say that this inert star drive probably has, maybe a radiation leak of sorts, and there are a group of critters that sort of are original to this area that have probably mutated because of it.
God.
And I'm sort of thinking, like, we're talking more quadruped, hunter-like creatures, like mutated hounds or mutated cats or mutated, not displacer beasts, but something of the weirdness that a displacer beast evokes. And
Like chimeric, kind of.
something that's chimeric, yeah, that was basically manifested from the radiation from this star drive, this leak. So is a chimera something that I can get an icon for? Of course not. What if I just choose a lion? We're gonna choose this cute little lion.
We have something here that kind of fits what you described. Just searching on Google Images. I don't know if we.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're using this as concept, right? As
Got
just
it.
like we're not public. Like, I'm not using this clip art of this lion as like that's what it is. That's what it is right there, guys. So like you can put that in if you want. It's just a concept, but it's also really cool art if that's something we want to be inspired by.
It's just hard for attribution.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, so I've been sort of updating the prompts here. I'm going to say mutated hunter quadrupeds created due to star drive leak. Radiation. Cool. So that is going to be... Oh, and the question is, are we safe? The answer is no. You're not safe. So I imagine this area to be kind of a junkyard. And I don't think these quadrupeds will stay there only. That's probably just their home. But in any case, the fourth option is discover something new, hold a discussion, or project. We haven't discovered something new yet. And so, well, we've been discovering new things, don't get me wrong. But for discovering something new, we have to introduce a new situation. It's a problem, an opportunity, or both. We have to draw the situation on the map. Are things pretty easy right now? I think on the whole, there is some notice from some of the creatures that are here that, wait, well, I guess here's a question. Are the creatures in this world aware that new things are happening?
I mean, I guess at some point that would start, right? And now this is like rather new that these things are occurring. So maybe it could be that it hasn't happened frequently enough for people to notice a pattern, perhaps.
Okay, so they haven't noticed the pattern yet. Why don't we say summer is when they really start noticing a pattern?
Summer, got it.
The situation that I want to contribute to, and I don't want to necessarily mess with our abundances or scarcities, but I want this to be a prelude. that there are maybe some atmospheric changes that are happening in this world that are a little strange. And for some places it's very mild, some places it's not noticeable at all, but for some places it's actually starting to endanger the wildlife. And you actually will see one of these mushrooms leave the map.
Oh no, not the mushrooms.
Yep, I just have to choose which mushroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Ooh,
10, 11, 12,
here.
13, 14, 15, 16,
I
17.
got a
If you roll
giant red
D20
marker here.
If you roll a d20, I'll choose from the d20.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is gonna be the lowest one on the map. That one gone.
Gone.
So, that is the situation. It is not endangering the abundance yet, but it is a prelude to events. At most, and that's gonna be my turn.
All right.
Okay.
Paladin, it's your turn to.
It is my turn. Okay. So for me, I get to add something to the map. Okay. So I want to add. How far would that be? I guess. All right. So there is a religion, a cult. Let's say a cult of. Let's say a cult of the glow or of the green, maybe. That has started next to the star drive, and it consists of only rogues and blotflies. They have started a cult that worships this star drive as a deity, and they expose themselves to high levels of radiation, and they consider death by radiation to be one of the highest ways to ascend. They keep they are friendly-ish as much as they can be with the locals that are there, and they even go as far as like helping them multiply.
Got it. Do we want to create a tiny frog head and a tiny blowfly head?
Oh yeah, it's over here. And like I'll add a symbol for the cult. Ooh, something like, well, let's see if I can find a green. If I just type in green or glow.
Radiation. Like a rad symbol.
Right, yeah. Let's see, radiation.
What I like about this is that it isn't a fragment from another world, but it is a result of a fragment from another world. The effects of this fragment are continuing to have an effect on the world.
There we go. And I will add a green circle around them. Whoop. Just like so.
Nice.
And it is the we'll call it we'll call them the Order of the Glow. The Order of the Glow? We'll just call them glow worshippers. Or glows. We'll call them glows. Glow sticks. No, just glows. I'm gonna stick with glows. Final answer.
Right. Excellent. So, part 1 of your turn is wrapped up. Part 2 will be card prompt.
Card prompt. Okay.
The 2 of Hearts.
All right. 2 of Hearts. I'll go scroll back down to the list. 2 hearts. There's a large body of water on the map. Obviously, there's a lot of water on the map. But this is a particular body of water on the map. Where is it, and what does it look like? Or there's a giant man-made structure, let's say creature-made structure on the map. Where is it? Why is it abandoned?
So I get a choice between identifying a body of water or a man-made structure.
Correct.
So
Now, if you identify a body of water,
Uh-huh.
because that's kind of boring in and of itself, I'll let you kind of determine something fun or special about the body of water, kind of like an extra fragment or something.
So
But a structure is also good.
I think I know what I want to add, and it's the most me thing, but I feel like okay. So I'm gonna go with the body of water.
Is it a lake of mayonnaise?
A bit bigger. How? What are the limits of the amount of water that I can?
A body.
A body, right? So like, I don't want it to be too huge.
Well, so, like, you'll notice on this map, there are smaller, quote-unquote, smaller bodies of water that are kind of like this bluish, landlocked,
Right.
bluish landlocked areas.
You know, I think what I'm gonna do is right around here. I'll stick kind of close. Is that this amount of land has turned into mayonnaise?
The land has?
Sorry, not the land, the water. I will draw it better. Like about maybe this much.
That's a lot of mayonnaise! What is informing all of the mayonnaise of this part of the world? It's like, why? Now, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, what caused it to be there?
Why does it exist? Why does it never expire? I don't know. There is this weird cult over here. That's
Some random botfly.
Right.
Wasn't there an ocean there
Across
before?
it?
What was that? Well, I didn't hear.
Oh, can people sail across this?
Oh yeah, it's saleable. It's completely saleable. You can also eat it too.
I mean, okay, all right. What all goes in the mayonnaise? I'm trying to think if there's like a natural phenomenon that would create mayonnaise, and I mean, this is not real life.
It came about from magic colliding with other magics, and it just appeared. Just wild magic, I guess. Chaos magic.
Alchemy jugs of endless mayonnaise have to get the mayonnaise from somewhere.
Oh yeah, someone forgot to cork their alchemy jug and tossed it into the ocean.
I mean, what seems to be like, because mayonnaise, it's an emulsion of, emulsion, that's a word. Emulsion of oil, egg yolk, and an acid, either vinegar or lemon juice, which...
Maybe something
like,
really big.
If you, like, yeah. Like,
Maybe something really big ate an egg.
Oh, like
and
something.
washed it down.
Yeah.
And this is just some bile of like some tasty bile of egg yolk of egg. I don't know. Think of a naturalistic. Or just it came from a place where some mad wizard was like, oh. Sorry, we're doing the wheeling.
I know.
Am I able to possibly change location? Mayhaps
I mean, you can do what you want in terms of where you want it.
I'm looking at where it's at, and it's like, I really wanted it to be around a bunch of islands, and I mean, the only place that it really has a bunch of islands is here, just coincidentally.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I could change it over there instead, at the middle of the ocean. It's a little bit more isolated.
And mayonnaise. Got it. Boom. Hell yeah.
There we go.
All right.
Wow, they're sitting pretty. They got mayonnaise. I think we should add mayonnaise as an abundant resource now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to add it. We're adding it to our resources. Yep.
Those botflies are sitting pretty.
There we go.
All right. So that's that in terms of that part of your turn. That was the card, right?
Yes.
And just as it's so funny that you ended up getting the one that had the lake of mayo.
Yes.
So, the last one is the action: discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. Also, we've had, I think by this time we've had 2 turns that are picking down this hive. So I think we should set it at 3. Okay, got it. Just want to remember.
So I got a question, because I know there was a thing here about a project counter for. So does that, okay, so that means that every turn that passes since then we got to turn down. Okay, I got it. All right, I understand. All right, so I get to discover, discussion, or project. All right, so
I feel like we need more projects on the map personally, but
yeah, so I think that the I've done something with each race at least, except for the. Well, I mean, I did just put them in mayonnaise. I probably should. And they already got a project, so I will go to another one that hasn't really had. We got divine prophesizing. We have kaiju runes. It's hard to choose between the two. So I'm gonna have the cogs. Having heard about the tale of Botfly Boy discovering the giant dinosaur, they're going to take inspiration and going to try to make a clockwork version of him as a form of protection.
Ooh. Okay, I like that. How long do you think it will take?
Oh man, probably a really long time. Let's see, they need resources, they need to build it, they gotta make schematics. Maximum is 6. I feel like it would take the maximum amount of time because it's so complex.
Okay.
Cogzilla, yes, it's Cogzilla that they're trying to make.
Here all day, folks.
I love it.
Do we have an icon?
Yeah, let me see. So we'll put, if I get a cog, can I put in cog monster? No? Let's see if I can find an icon for them. Let's see. I'll find one and then I'll put it onto the map here. It's gonna take a bit of searching.
All right.
But I think that's it for my turn though.
All right, I'll just set the 6 up here for now.
Thank you.
Cool. So your turn. Now it's going to be Lion's turn.
Like that. Like got done with that.
All right. So it's from another world.
I'm going to really fragments from another world, I'm going to drop a on up here. I'm going to drop a. Yeah, I'll let that come in later. Going to put in a city.
Oh, city. Okay. Is the city's gonna drop from another world?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Like this. So what I'm debating on is because I have these kind of three cities on stacked on top of each other.
Oh.
Should how do that? Or should I do it one at a time? The bottom one drops first, then the second one drops, then the third one drops over the course of time.
I don't know. Whichever you want. I mean, we can consider that like we can basically add that as a project. It's a 3 project.
Okay. So yeah, the Zoodistyle.
So, yeah, so tell us about the city.
Alright, the bottom one is Diaz. Diaz is going to be very surprised by the light as they were underneath the other two. It is a realm of contrasts, and everything here is not alive. They'll have a lot of things in common with the cogs. In the center of the city is a dark hole, essentially, that they worship.
Dark hole?
Yes. Not like a black hole that sucks everything in, but it's the body of the heart of the dead titan that the city is built out of. So we're dropping dead titans on top of each other, essentially.
Okay. Alrighty.
Ooh.
And I was trying to figure out how to like put a. I'm trying to find a good sticker for this.
You can just choose any city sticker. We'll know what it is.
I'm getting all cats.
City?
Okay, wait, here we go. I'll put it right up here.
Oh, right up there?
Yep.
Okay, got it. Did you mention what the top of the city was?
The so the bottom city.
Yep.
Is sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Diaz. Then
Yep.
it's Dizda. Then it's Zudi.
Okay.
Dayaz.
Eayaz. Dizudi. What's the top?
Oh, sorry. Zudi. Zudi.
Okay. And what is the top?
So the top is going to be a floating islands that. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it down. Dark, fire, light. So the top one is built around the core of a Titan of Light. The middle one is built around the core of a Titan of Fire, and the bottom one is built around the core of a Titan of Void. The top is all of its citizens, as long as they stay within the city, reincarnate. The middle one, as long as they stay in the desert, they don't die, but they also can't reproduce. And the bottom one, they don't really live.
Okay. Do you mind if I just put in Fragments of Worlds, city, top, middle, bottom, fall over 3 weeks, quote, parentheses, line has notes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's you see the difficulty I was having with that one in the presentation of it.
Mm-hmm. No, I
it sounds really cool though. So it's 3 titans stacked on top of each other, with a Titan of Light, Titan of Fire, and a Titan of Void. That sounds really cool, and I like the fact that, like you even pointed out, that the ones on bottom are confused because all of a sudden they see light when there wasn't any. It's like, Nani?
Yep.
Like, excuse me.
Yeah, they must not be happy.
No, the status quo has been upset.
All right. So that is our fragment, and then
Are these
draw a
also
card.
like a new? Are we adding more peoples as well with the introduction of the city?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So peoples, we could just put dark folk.
Is
Or
there a better name?
yeah, void hollows.
Void Hollows. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Super.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So we have an additional peoples in our world. All right. Feel free to draw a card, and I will read you the prompt.
All right. The Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts. You see a good omen. What is it? Or you see a bad omen. What is it?
I'm going to say that good omen.
Good omen.
The botflies have found 2 queens amongst them.
Ooh.
And
They have found
action,
2 queens. Ooh.
And I'm going to action open to discussion.
Oh, nice.
The question I have is, we have the map pretty spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Who is spreading faster? And my money's not actually on the botflies yet, because they're all still very young. And their hive's about to be done. But we gotta do the number, don't we? So it's...
Yep. Oh, I already did it. It's down to
Okay.
2. So the question is, which of the 3 peoples are expanding faster? Because they were here initially. Are we having this discussion as certain administrative individuals? Or are we having this discussion as individuals of a particular community?
So if you think that Group A is spreading faster than Group B, you could frame it from point B of, hey, Group A is growing pretty quickly, what do we do? Or, I'll leave it to you to interpret and do.
Okay. So like a blank prompt that we can fit into its proper place later.
Yeah.
Okay. discussion. Group A is expanding faster than Group B. So, let us play out individuals. I'll let you go first. 1 to 2 sentences worth of a statement, question, argument as part of the discussion.
I'm concerned, says the old rogue, that there's going to be much competition for space.
Okay. Who goes next?
It would go Paladin, then you.
Is it from the perspective of the Rubes, or are we just picking any?
Yeah, you could pick it from anybody.
Am I only restricted to people here, or the administration?
I don't think I don't think anybody is restricted.
Okay.
I think we can color the context of this discussion based upon who is involved in it.
There is a discussion with this particular question regarding comparing everybody, and we think it best to assume, based on this, that the flies have a lot of ample resources, plus having 2 queens, to potentially keep a close eye and capitalize on this to potentially turn our favor later.
All right, and I have a choice. Here. So I'm gonna flip something based upon. Well, that was a pretty terrible flip, anyways. What I need is actual dice to roll. I'm being a duper right now and not actually using dice. So I'll do that during next break. But what I'm going to do is somebody is going to come up and they're going to say, "It doesn't matter at the end of the day. The light, it shines, it beckons us."
That was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's us.
Who are these people? I imagine this is literally like these 3 individuals are silhouettes and they're having this
Right.
conversation with each other. Yeah.
And you know, if all 3 of us were different people that were a rogue, a botfly, and a mystery person, and we know that they follow the light, we could interpret that as the cult of the glow is the one that's expanding the most.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or maybe not. Maybe it's something completely different we haven't identified yet. All right, so that is our discussion. And that is going to be Lion's turn.
Yep.
All right. So, in terms of a fragment of a world that we're going to throw in here, I do believe that it is probably necessary for us to oh goodness. Well, for some reason, if I'm just going to go off of now, word, aether. Aether, ethereal, no, like air, ganassi, or like genie, or something like air elemental related. Air elementals, air like elemental from I'm gonna take from RL Craft here, and I'm gonna say
Okay.
those air elementals that are really high up there, and they mess with you if you go really high up.
Oh my god, the Jengu? Is it Jengu? No, no.
No, these are the other ones.
Not the Efret. Like an Xbox.
I know they like toss you up higher and higher, and then you just like woo, and then you drop. Those.
Yep. Air like elementals high up in elevation, and I'm literally
Zephyrs.
talking like zephyrs. Yeah.
Yep. Zephyrs from
And-
Lycanite's mobs.
And they're not like individual, they're not like uniform shape. We're talking about like there's this very strange, almost spirit-like wildlife hovering a certain strata
Oh.
in the atmosphere
Ooh.
that are basically made of air. You know, you can think of like air serpents, like, oh, I'm gonna eat something because it came into my cloud, or
Okay.
it's kind of a,
okay.
I don't know. It's kind of a weird idea.
It's kind of
Oh,
it,
like a
it's
whole-
almost a mix between like air and water, because I mean clouds, of course, are water, right? So, and oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, like what would you call that?
Zephyr creatures, Zephyr
Yeah.
wildlife, or something.
Zephyr wildlife.
Zephyrkin. Yeah.
Zephyrkin. I like that. Okay.
Not necessarily as playable, but definitely as like a strange wildlife that exists in a certain strata of the atmosphere. Cool.
Oh,
So-
for the westward wind.
Got it.
All right. So that is that. Prompt time. If I can have you draw a card.
You get 5 of hearts.
5 of Hearts. There is a disquieting legend about this place. What is it? Or alarming weather patterns destroy something. How and
Oh.
what? I'm thinking
Ooh.
alarming weather patterns. The thing is that these Zephyrkin have made their presence. They have emerged, and the thing is that it's almost an extent of this strange weather that's happening right now. And I think, we're gonna kill off another one of these fungi.
Oh no!
You can roll a d20. That's basically they were
One.
born into this world and immediately started attacking the first thing because they were scared and afraid. 1, huh? Well, that's the one up in the corner. Up in this
They
corner.
really are the westward wind.
Yep.
The west wind.
Now they're not going to be just located in that corner, of course. They're going to be in other places, but
Mhm.
if I could have somebody put an actually I should be able to put an X there. Boom. Cool. So in order to properly answer that question, then it was 5. Alarming weather patterns destroy something. How and what? I described it. The Zephyrkin emerged, and in the midst of this strange weather.
Oh
this
my
is the
God.
their first emergence, and they immediately took to aggression and tried to attack the first thing that they came in contact with, and so they ended up destroying this this forest.
Oh my god.
With a giant downdraft. Since that point, they realized they're in a very strange place, and are trying to do what they can in order to thrive in this strange place. But that is their opening gambit into this world.
They literally were just born, and they're like, fuck that fungus, and they just destroyed the hell out of it.
Yep.
Oh my god. I imagine, because they're like wind, right? Like, they just come through and they blow it so hard that, like, it just uproots all of the ground, everything falls over. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. So, that is that. We're going to tick down these counters. We have the hive now at one last turn. We have the mecha dinosaur at 4. We have the next layer of the city is coming down. And finally, we have the decision of discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. So, the thing is that I think there needs to be some utilization of the raw materials here, like the energy crystals in particular. They probably have been here for a while, but mostly untapped. However, I'm gonna say discovering, I don't know if it's a project. Yes, it is a project. The administrative, the powers that be want to start extracting. And they need a way to do so in a way that is going to not clue anybody to the fact that they are extracting things off of this world, I guess. So, that is what the project is coming up with a method to silently try to extract the magipacitors. And of course, the effect of that, it will be unveiled in due time. I'm gonna keep it short, and I'm gonna say 2 turns, because these individuals can work fast. So, icon, crane.
Crane. That's a good one. Okay.
I'm gonna use this right here, and I'm gonna put this there, I guess.
Oh, nice. It's like literally craning the magipacitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put 2, and that's going to be my turn.
Okay. It is back up to me again. How long has it been since we started streaming, by the way? It's been 2 hours?
2 hours and 18 minutes and 53 seconds.
We are
Before-
not through first season yet.
Before we carry on, could I take like a 5-minute break to take the dogs out and just stretch legs, since it's been about 2 hours, if that's fine?
Absolutely. And to that effect, do we want to keep this stream to the first 2 seasons?
Oh, we could.
Because I don't know if we can do the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, I think that, I mean, we're making a book, and we want to make it as good as possible. I mean, I think that if it takes more than one sitting, then I'm down with that. Detail is good. You can do it this week, next week, week after, however long it takes. There's no limit or deadline, right? So,
Yep. So, if we want to take a break, let's take a break.
okay. Well, I will switch it over back to the starting screen for me. It's gonna say starting soon, but I didn't have time to make a proper break scene. But I'll be back. We'll be back in 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right then. I'll see you guys soon, chat. On my side. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
We
Hi,
are
hi.
back.
We're playing The Quiet Year. We are writing. This is a game that we're playing in order to help us write a setting that we're writing called Astalia, and specifically, this is Patalia. So, now we have already done 6 rounds. 6 rounds? Yes.
Yep.
I think. Um, it comprises of seasons. We get to add stuff on the board, and we get to create dilemmas and also answer a couple of questions, and essentially are creating an entire history of our world through a game, which is a fantastic idea. I think was brought about by Matt and Lion initially, which is a plus in my book. So, and I think that we left off with I'm next, I believe, right? Okay, so I get to add a fractal to the world. Hmm. I want to add somewhere. What is the most isolated part of this whole planet?
Bottom right.
Bottom right? Here? Here?
Most undeveloped so far.
What's on the left side? We have nothing up there, well, except for that. Okay, The Roogs are there. Nothing here. I mean, there's very little here as well. I want to add to this particular piece of land right there.
Yep.
There is a small fragment of advanced technology that is infected with a virus that will consume bioenergy. And instead of it being there, I'm going to put it actually in these bio-filled islands of ice. That's like a ruin of an ancient I wouldn't say ancient, just a technological species or creature of technology that eats biofuel, or eats anything that's made out of bio. People, plants.
Are these like? But you said they're like a virus.
Yeah, like they have a virus, and that's why they malfunction. So they are turned off. They've been functionally turned off when they landed, before landing. So the primary purpose was to eat biofuel. They were infected with the virus, which made them malfunction, and they defied the laws of robotics, which means they will hurt people, and were exported now on the glacials.
Gotcha. Seems like the Cogs have a potential rival in the future.
So I guess are these people? I mean, they're turned off. They're not active. Or they could be
well,
people.
I added Zephyrkin, just mentioning that they were wild. Do we want to maybe expand peoples and
Creatures?
peoples and
Creatures? So I will add a creature, which is a virus tech / bot that eats biological matter.
A Virobot.
Virobot.
By robot.
By robot.
Wait, is that already a trademark thing? Let me check first.
Ooh, I'm not sure I could add that symbol, but you know what? Here we go. That's them.
Yeah, bot is a thing on it.
We'll give them an angry face.
It is. Oh, it's okay. It's a malware. So
They're quadrupeds.
Virobots? These Virobots are quadrupeds?
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
are those like crab pincers?
I guess so. They have pincers for arms.
It's terrifying.
And humanoid heads. I mean, they're centaurs. They're basically centaurs. Oh my god, I created a centaur.
Oh.
With crab claws.
Crab claws.
Crab claw malfunctioned, bio eater. Yeah, this is what we got. These are crab claws now.
Crab centaurs. All right. So that's your fragment. Now, card time.
The Four of Hearts.
Four of Hearts. What important and basic tools does
Ooh.
the community lack? Or where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things?
Okay, so either something we lack, or where are we storing? Okay, and then second one was.
Where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things?
Okay, and we have. Okay. So, what tools or resources? Sorry, the first one is what tools do we lack, and where can we store food?
What
Yeah.
important and basic tools does the community lack?
Okay, I think I'll go with that one. So, I think that everyone, overall, from what it seems, lacks. Everyone lacks weapons.
Scarcity of weapons.
Yeah.
Now, just any weapons or weapons of a particular.
I think that everyone lacks weapons in particular to magic. We'll say everyone lacks magic. Discovery, like magical weapons. Magical use.
Weaponized magic. Or...
Weaponized magic, yeah. Weaponized magical weapons. Well, I mean, I guess magical weapons and weaponized are the same, so just magical weapons.
Yeah, so they exist, it's just super rare.
Right.
Okay. Got it. So that is an essential tool. So let's count down some of these tickers because we have one that is a hive and one that is
Oh god.
city coming to fruition. Let's do the city first. The third layer comes down, and we're gonna treat this like a full project. And so for the completion of a project, where did it go? It was the project starter is the one who gets to tell everyone how it turned out. Anything, or that is to say, a successful project, which this is a successful project, means everything went as planned, but does not mean a full success or that everyone is happy about it. So, what is the result or aftermath of the city coming down?
The aftermath of the final city coming down. no one is happy about it. The first two cities had gotten on well enough without the third city, and the third city misses their dominion over more than just a single stacked city. Kept that.
Gotcha. So the third city, they want to dominate the whole of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the other two are just like, nah. Yeah. Okay. And nobody is happy about the fact that the third city is there. So now there's turmoil. So therefore, so that is the end of that one. In terms of the hive, I think that was you too. Was that?
Yes.
You did the hive. Yeah.
Yeah. You put them down, so I'll give you the hive. Because you put down the botflies. It was their project.
So, the hive has been created, and the botflies are trying to commit this to a bit of a golden age in their history. And for the first part of the very first part of that, it sort of is. But you mentioned something about two new queens. Well, there's a problem with having two of a certain kind of monarch. There could be only one. So there's a succession crisis, and it is causing a split between the botflies, which is getting close to civil war. But I would say that's a reasonable result of having this take place. Creation of hive signals brief golden age, but is shadowed by two queens in contention for rule, splits the population, and nearing civil war. Yes. So
Amazing.
we're gonna take this one down to 1, and we're gonna take this one down to. I love this dino together. It's
Thank
so
you.
great.
And then I get to make an action, right? And so I think discovering something new. I want to capitalize on this this bee situation. Sorry, the botfly situation.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna make it a. Should I make it a roll, or do I just state it? I'll state my intentions. So my intentions are that this schism breaks out in a full society fight for dominance. That will either 1, everybody dies. 2, they have to split, and one side gets to keep the hive and the other one leaves. And so those are 3 outcomes essentially. Or 4, the queens share. They somehow find peace and they share the hive. So there's 4 choices.
Now, when you say one dominates over the other, are you talking about like complete wipeout?
Actually, I guess that is a thing. So either everybody's killed, one of the 2 are wiped out, so that's 2 right possible outcomes. 2 have to leave. One of them has to leave, so that's another 2 outcomes. Or complete peace. So there's 6 possibilities, and I guess it's a d6 at that point.
Yep.
Okay. So
D6 has 6 sides.
so I'm going to, let's see. I guess we need to name the sides now, don't we? I mean,
I
what
have
should-
it in order.
yeah.
Both die. Both, or everyone dies.
Yeah.
2 is 1 is wiped out. 3 is 1 has to leave. 4 is complete peace. So like, 4 is the best outcome. 1 is the worst outcome.
Am I able to name the queens of like what each side is? Just kind of like to give them something. Okay, so
Yeah.
I will name one of them, and I'll leave one of the other ones to you guys to decide. So I'll have one side, one queen. Her name is Queen Bristles.
Queen Bristles.
Should I? You know, I'm just gonna give a little bit, just a tiny blip of like what she's about. She really, really believes in like having to wash your hands before eating.
What's the term for somebody who is like a germ? Is it a germaphobe?
Germaphobe. Yeah. They're very clean. They're clean blood flies. So very clean flies.
I think that might inform a lot about their mannerisms too. Probably very elitist. Probably very like,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Exactly. And as for the other one, since you created the botfly race, I guess you get to make the other one.
Let's see. I'm going to use the term Marquess.
Ooh.
Marquess. And I'm presuming that the name is sort of in the tongue of these creatures. So, they have, it translates to Queen Bristles.
Okay.
This is Marquess. Something flower. I was gonna say lily flower. Marquess lily flower. I feel like that's maybe a little bit too stark contrast between Queen Bristles and Marcus Lilyflower. One is obviously deviant, and the other is obviously good.
Right.
What? Wow.
So, I actually, the first thing that came to mind was Thornflower, but you already have bristles. Okay, so, Dragonflower, no, Galeflower, god damn it, words are hard, names are hard. I'm looking around my room to see if I can get,
He's thinking really hard. You got this.
Yes, I am thinking really hard. Flower is not escaping me. So I really just need to characterize this flower.
Characterize a botfly.
Marcus Red Flower.
Red flower. Ooh. I like that.
Alright. Characterized by being less of a germaphobe, being a little bit more bohemian.
Bohemian. More bohemian. Oh god. Wait, so what what does that
More bohemian, even a little anarchistic, which is kind of strange because she is a queen. rebellious.
Ooh, I could see that. Kind of like a queen that doesn't want to do her duties. Is like, I'm too lazy. Just do whatever you want.
Doesn't want to be dictated to.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
People of my ilk are much more chaotic than lawful.
Okay. Okay. So we have Queen Bristles and Queen Redflower.
I just get the image of I didn't choose to be born a queen, Dad.
Yeah. Sort of edge lady botfly.
Oh my god. Okay.
The edge lady botfly. I'm actually gonna put that as a term.
And the other one's like just very
lady
beautiful. It's like I'm a queen. I have a duty to my people. We must wash our hands before eating to save illness. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't tell me what to do. All right. I am.
There is no good one. One is stuck up, perhaps proper, but like still sinister, and the other one is like, you know, hey, it's about freedom, but also you're impeding upon my my rule, and you know, I don't think I want a good one. I think I both want them to be complex.
They're both like, neither choice is good nor bad. Like, one is, yeah, neither side is really a clear winner. So we'll see what the die say. So I rolled a 4.
Complete peace.
Complete peace.
You know what I think though? I think it's a sassy piece. It's
Oh,
like
wait.
they
So it's-
despise each other.
So how
But
it
it's
works
a
is
proper piece.
so the way that it kind of would have factored out is because it's 6-sided. It's everyone dies, one is wiped out, so that's 2 and 3 because they would have to wipe out one side or the other. One has to leave is 4 and 5, and then complete peace is 6. And so it just depends on who
Oh.
leaves between 4 and 5. Yeah.
How do we want to divvy that up?
Well, I guess since I named the first one, I could have the first of whatever iteration be the first option, and then the Bohemian, then the Red Flower be the second. So I guess that would mean 1 is both dies, 2 and 3 doesn't matter, and then 4 everyone has to leave. So yeah, Queen Bristles has to leave. And I guess Anarchy won in the end of the day.
All right.
So I guess where's she gonna leave to? Oh my god, I don't know. Are we gonna? Do you want to leave that as a project or something for later, or how do we want to resolve that particular case?
Yeah, what I think it should be is that we know one leaves. So let's create another one. I don't know if we're able to color these. Create a... Yeah, I don't know if we can color it or use a different... Let's use a different icon, I think. And then
Wash our hands.
we can make it a project for finding the new home, right?
Nice. Okay. Sorry, Cream Bristles, you're moving out. This hive is gonna stay dirty.
So I'm gonna type in B because I feel like B is a better thing. So actually, this one right here seems like it would be a good counterpoint to the one that we have there. So yeah, we know this one has left. We're gonna put it on the map and then we're gonna move it again. When we get the next opportunity.
Okay.
All right. What part of your turn was that? Was that the?
That was my decision part.
Yeah, you're discover something new.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me put a different one. I'm gonna put this one. That's a little bit. Oh, it's not. Wait, it wouldn't let me put it down. Okay.
All right. So that was turn 7. Now it is turn 8.
A number for the for the bee, I suppose. Um, I guess it wouldn't take them that long. 2 turns to find somewhere to live.
I'm gonna pitch something.
Maybe.
It's up to you. If we can start the project right away, or we can create this era of complete lost, scatteredness, and maybe that project is about like bringing them together and then finding a new home. Or maybe they left together and they're immediately finding a new home, and we can start a project. Do you like that better?
Whichever, both sound good. Whatever you think. What do you think, Lion? What's your stake?
I think path of least resistance would be they start moving and we have a counter, and we'll have them like whoever's turn it is move them in a direction, and the counter goes down until they settle.
I like that.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
I think just because having an era of scatteredness sounds cool, but also sounds more to adjudicate.
So 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Awesome. And that is going to be the turn, and we are going to bring it to Lion.
Okay. It's time to add something into the world. And there's a question I've been having is, what about dragons?
Oh yeah, the dragons. Where are the dragons at?
Let's get some dragons in here.
Oh yeah. Find a dragon emoji.
And are we just gonna say dragons and just leave it be? Like, the dragons. Dragons are here. Because I know there's already tons of lore about dragons, but
Oh yeah.
at the same time, it is the ball is in your court if there's anything in particular you want to state.
I'll say that because everybody else wants to stay in the city. I'm trying to think of where a good place. Dragons.
I kind of like that
Aim.
area.
Huh? What? You like this area? On the mountains?
Yeah, because
Makes sense. It's
They
very
have a-
isolated.
they have a hunting range, and then the actual mountains where they can like hide.
Right.
It just became more impassable.
Yeah. I'm gonna say the dragons came in after the cities and were shooed away.
Shoo! Get out of here, dragons.
And they see this beautiful construction, and they're just waiting. They're like, okay, we're gonna have a big brother. We're gonna stop everything with our big metal brother.
Big
Love
Metal
it.
Brother?
Big metal brother.
The Cogzilla.
Oh.
It grew an attachment to the construction of the Cogzilla.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
think that-
needed a leader after being scattered and entered into this world. They needed something to look up to, and so that was the thing. All right. So we got that information down. So card time.
Time. The 10 of Hearts.
10 of Hearts. 10 of Hearts is there's another community somewhere on the map. Where are they? What sets them apart from you? Or what belief or practice helps to unify your community?
Another community. I think I'll go with something to unify. You know what? Something that unifies the community is the glow. Everybody has differences, but the glow is universal. So I'm going to say that there are now
Oh,
Oh, we have
Yeah!
unity at the glow. Yes,
The
everyone
glow
is
is
radiated. Yes, radioactive dragons.
dragon unis.
The glow has grown.
Yeah, the glow is like being it's spreading. The belief behind the glow is spreading.
Oh, has the this is okay. There's a copy of them. Okay.
Wait, was there already bees over here? Oh, there
Oh
was.
no, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, there would be some bees. Are we adding like the creatures we added to like the zephyrs and stuff?
Yeah, let's add some zephyrs.
Okay, I guess somehow, some way that these are also over there.
What?
Wait, did the radiation?
They're not activated yet. They're not.
Oh, you're
on.
right. You're right. Actually, they're not active. What else? Are these people the ones at the town? Also over here?
Yep. Oh yeah, that they hated. Who wants to live forever or be undead or reincarnate when you have glow? The glow is all.
What are we missing? Okay, not the viral bots. Zephyrkin? Zephyrkin?
Zephyrkin. You could just just do the cloud icon.
Okay. There you go.
The Zephyrkin, I mean, they're still kind of wild, but they are another wild creature that have been. They're glowing Zephyrkin. They have radiation in there. Yeah.
Mutants all around.
There's a whole Chernobyl thing happening right now.
Quite literally, yeah.
I love
There we go.
It's such a unifying force.
The glow. With their mutant lion quadrupeds.
Alright. So that was
Alright.
the draw.
So the next thing is counting down projects, which means this extraction thing has completed. I initiated that one.
Yep.
And what is essentially going to happen, because we haven't really done anything with the magipacitors, which is interesting. Have these magipacitors just been unavailable this whole time? Have they been in use? Have they?
They should technically, I think, be growing over time as more magic is added to the world from fractals.
Right. Yeah.
So they're just a hardening or collection of things. They do grow and resupply, kind of like trees, but so it's kind of a thing that gets added over time. So if they extract some, they would still come back later, but there just would be less big chunks in the world, I think.
Okay. There's a series of things that could potentially happen.
Yeah.
Can I have somebody do me the honor of rolling a d20?
Go Lion! A 1!
I had in mind what would have potentially happened on a 1. So was it a success? Yes. But I think what we need to understand with the magic capacitors is that they function on the similar resonant frequency. And in taking a large mound of this stuff and trying to extract it, even trying to do it in a stealthy way, it has caused a cascade effect.
Oh my
It
god.
has created this like resonance that has almost like an EMP pulse that has impacted all. I'm gonna remove one of these. That has impacted all of the magicapacitors, and has made the area around them just pour out wild magic.
Oh gosh.
Absolutely, positively pour out wild magic. The rawness of magic that can potentially built later into things like magic weapons or a new magic system. It's an event that took place because the powers that be decided to tamper with magicapacitors without really understanding their full capability, and it created a not like a magical plague. This just cascade of stirring the raw magic that was stored in a lot of these capacitors out into the areas around them.
I just had the realization we haven't talked about magic at all first. So,
Yep.
So
this might be the first magic some people have even seen.
So this is gonna be like us describing what happens around each magic capacitor that's there currently, and like what it does, or
We're not answering that part quite yet.
oh, okay.
It is raw material to build upon later.
Okay.
The powers that be extract a massive magipacitor or crystal, but a cascade resonance effect took place. I don't know if we can call it or cascade resonance or resonance cascade because that's a Half-Life thing, but it's similar where there's this like that took place and
Chain reaction.
scattered raw magic around each of the magipacitor regions. Completely raw to be wielded by those daft enough. Okay. That was from a roll? Was that from the card? Is that what that was?
That was Lion's turn of counting down on a.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We're on Lion's turn. Okay, got it. Alright, so we counted down. It's now Lion's turn to say what action you want to take.
Oh, are we moving the bee on our turns?
Yeah, that's right. So go ahead and move the bee, and
Okay. I'm gonna roll a D6. I'm gonna roll a D8 for cardinal directions. So 1 north, true north, 2 northeast, and then go around a circle.
Makes sense.
All right, northwest. So I'm gonna say they can huff it.
They're going over that water.
they're already at 2.
Oh, they're already at 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alright. So I know it's still spring, but things have been getting a little complicated. I think I'll make things a bit more complicated. So as y'all know, I'm gonna point out that there is no magic crystal where the Church of the Glow is. So I'm going to bring divine favor. The glow is now going to. Some people are going to hear whispers of the glow. to seek out and destroy the Magipacitors for divine favor.
The glow people would be the ones to glow people destroy Magipacitors and exchange divine favor.
All right.
I fucking love it. Oh my god, that's so tasty. That the tea is deep here, the lore.
Okay. I love it. So, anything else on your turn? I think you moved the bees, and you was that discovering something new?
That was discovering something new, but use it to make a complication.
Yeah. So let me write that down. The glow cult hears whispers.
It's more than a cult now. It's like a dominant world religion.
You know,
Like,
I guess so. Now they're actually hearing voices. Talk about radiant damage.
I love that idea. Radiant damage is actually nuclear radiation.
Should the Magipacitors become in abundance because of what happened, or should
it's kind of hard to say because wherever magic is strongest, that's where they should start growing. But if
maybe instead of abundance, we make for every one Magipacitor, we then make it like 3 small Magipacitors.
Or why don't we say abundance is right now is raw magic?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that makes. There we go.
Raw magic. Okay. That makes sense.
Cool. Got it. Excellent. So that is going to be your turn, which means it is now my turn. And the thing that I want to contribute on my turn. Oof. We don't have a lot of humanoid civilizations. So I would like to add one, not the one that I was thinking. I'm going to save that one for summer. I would like to add kind of one of the base ones, but maybe not exactly. I like goblins. I want a goblinoid society. So they don't have to be exactly goblins or exactly goblinoids.
They're gobs.
But something that resembles this world's version of goblins. And they were
boblins.
Yep. So the thing is that they were they were the kind of 40k orc style. They were in the middle of a war when just an absolute total war when they found themselves here. And they've been equally spread out. A bunch of them didn't make it. Some of them tried to rekindle individual clans. And instead of actually just saying goblinoid, I'm going to say just level 1 mob lineage. Because I know, like, in another game we came up in a D&D campaign a long time ago, my friend and I came up with the idea of croakers, which are basically like frog people, and they were like that world's versions of goblins. So I want to present the idea of a level 1 mob, goblinoid kind of creature that has been scattered and trying to rekindle whatever is left of their society through disparate clans. So that is the fragment. I need a symbol for that. Can somebody do the honors of some sort of goblin symbol? If there's a goblin symbol. And can Leo do the honors of a card?
How's that one?
Yeah.
The 3 of Hearts.
Do you want to put them down, or do you want one of us to just randomly put them down?
Do me a favor.
Uh-huh.
Take those and put them wherever. Those are the survivors.
Okay.
So what was it? It was 3 of Hearts?
3 of Hearts.
Okay. 3 of Hearts is someone new arrives. Who? Question mark. Bomp. Or 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. What provoked them? Okay. Well, I think this like level 1 mob lineage. See, younger members, recent arrivals. Them and another recent arrival on this list here.
Mobs, dragons. Then
I think they're gonna pick a fight with the cogs, because the cogs are just raw material, baby. Look at, like, it's raw material for them to create their own machines.
Okay.
So I think one in particular decided to mess with really mess with the cogs, and they've been trying to create their own trying to rebuild and create their own machines out of them. So now they're fighting each other.
Oh my goodness. Strife. Okay. Is this the card that we're on?
that's the card.
The card. Mob creatures emerge. Immediately see cog folk as raw material for their own machines. War breaks out.
Mobs versus cogs.
Mobs versus cogs.
The Og Wars. Oh no.
So, that is that. We're going to tick down the counters. We're going to determine where these individuals are going to go. Could you roll a d8?
8.
I mean, that's going to be kind of further in the northwest, I think. They're gonna take the stretch to go across the the water here, and I think it's gonna send them honestly all the way up to right about here.
Nice.
Pending their last trek from there. So that ticks down to 1. The dino ticks down to 1. Anything else? I think our projects are kind of getting underway here. All right, and then the last part is either discover something new, form a discussion, or start a project. And I think I want to start a project. I think there is some immediate discovery of raw magic by some individuals, and they decide that they wish to wield it in some way, shape, or form. I think a wandering rogue decides a wandering rogue hermit decides to begin dedicating their life to studying the raw magic, and manages to literally go enlightened in the sense where they have like completely white glowing eyes. They're literally like, they are like Raiden or Liu Kang from like they're that kind of powerful. Which I want to say that we already created this idea of a rogue who spoke with a shadowy cabal, not the same individual, but they potentially have also taken notes. Let's say Hermit Rogue has reached or is reaching raw magic area and is studying it to notice of Phantom Rogue. So I need a place for this. I think it makes sense to do it up here. So I'm gonna create this smaller.
A little Pope hat.
Like a little Pope hat. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there. Little Pope hat.
Even better. Oh god, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So yes, that is what I've discovered that is new, and that is going to be my turn.
Nice.
So we are 4 away from ending the season.
Okay.
So in which case, we start back at Paladin.
Oh, right. So I see that there's a lot being added here. And
That's spring. That's spring. We're gonna be keep adding, and there's gonna be a lot of stuff.
I think that I want to. Can I add social constructs? Like, I know I added the cult before. Could I add like another accumulation of another religion starting somewhere?
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes.
Okay. So.
No, I knew that was coming.
I think I want to add instead that there is a new fractal of physics that's added to the world.
Ooh.
So it's like widespread. And I want it to be the fractal of almost like gravitational, kind of like gravitational magics that essentially allow for gravity to work in different ways. So it can go up, it can go sideways, and that it is a moving. It's not all over at the same time, but it's more like slowly moving, like over the span of years, and maybe causes like gravitational storms throughout the world. But there's like a central spot where gravity just is constantly fluxing. It's moving around, and so I'm going to add basically the source of gravity, I guess, of where this is. I'll give it an actual source. Let's see. If I type in gravity, does anything come up? Okay, well. So this will be the source of like essential source of like gravitational magics that's moving around, messing stuff up. And you know, I'll roll a d20 for where on the map I'm gonna place it. So 16. So it's gonna be, actually it's really right exactly where it's at, right here.
Oh, it's right up next to the glow. Oh.
Right here. Yeah, right in the middle. Right between the mayonnaise and the glow. And we'll say that like it's causing mayonnaise and glow to like mix in the middle a little bit. And I'll choose a direction that it's going to be going as well, since it's moving very slowly. 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is moving. It is moving this way, slowly.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that has been established as a fragment, and now it is time for the card.
It is the 9 of Hearts.
9 of Hearts. A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it? Who joins her endeavors? Start a project to reflect. Or, a charismatic young girl tries to tempt many into sinful or dangerous activity. Why does she do this? How does the community respond?
Okay, I'm going to choose the first one. And I'm going to roll a d10 to say from which of these creatures it's from. Let's see, that's not a 10. This one is 9 dragons. It's a charismatic young dragon girl that decides to go across all of the intelligent races and bring them in on a scheme to start a central guild of magic that will learn the magics of this world, and try to understand them and then use them as a way of like global protection and being global protectors of magic.
Ah, I like that.
So I guess I will. I figured it's gonna take some time to go around and talk to all of the different races to kind of have this resolved. So I think that would also be like another 6 in like maximum time to try to get it together, plus actually building the place and then studying the magic and all that. So I'll put it at a 6, and I'll put her right here.
Okay, got it. Super. All right, so that is the result of the card. We move counters. You get to move the bot flies, and that counter goes down to 0 after you move it. So feel free to determine what direction.
It is a 6, and so they are going to move. Oops. I think you might have to let go of the fly for me to.
Oh, I think it's like southwest.
This way. So they're gonna go. You know what? They think that this is a great place to be.
Huh? Because it's clean. Because it's made of glass.
It's clean. There's no dirt. There's no dirt. It's perfect. It went right here.
They can make glass hives.
Glass hives. Yeah. They don't believe in stones. Don't bring the stones into the glass hive.
Yep.
There you go.
Right.
They had to
Queen-
pass through that wild magic area.
Oh, that's true. That couldn't have been fun.
and company settle in glass desert.
I'm gonna mark their path, like how they got here.
Yep.
Here, so I'm gonna make that they'll have a beeline. Haha. Okay, I'll be here all day.
Yep, that makes sense to me. That's awesome.
I guess I have to go around the magic so that they don't die from it. There.
Yep.
Okay. And then Are we counting down anything else?
So we count down that. We got to count down the Frog Pope one.
Yeah.
We have to. Oh!
It's time.
Time for the mech. Okay.
Godzilla.
Cog fucking Zilla.
Godzilla awakens.
Feet bombs.
Okay, so far, so I get to state like what happens when they complete the project, right? So this is my first time. So upon the completion of Cogzilla, they have in their very tactical and soulless, non-divinity, non-spiritual believing selves and cold, just really diving into this very machines that are very cold and ruthless demeanor, seeing that things are now very dangerous around them. They're successful, but everyone else around them is not happy about it because they're going to start defending themselves, and the first thing they're going to do is and everyone didn't like that, and everyone hated it.
Everyone is terrified of the great weapon and will start defending themselves.
Quickly, we all need to start making super weapons.
All right. Oh, yeah, you're eating. Ah! Yeah. So they're taking revenge. They're taking revenge on the.
Yeah, they said we're gonna make an example of this and put their head on skewers, and they're on top of the mountains.
Yeah.
And no one likes it. Everyone hates this. Great. You go, Cogs. You go. You show the world. No. You show the world what terrible people you are.
All right. So that is what takes place. We've done our countdown, and now it is time to discover something new.
Yes, I do got a
hold
second
discussion
project.
Or set up a
Yes. Upon completing their Cogzilla, they take inspiration from the dragons, and they're gonna start making clockwork dragons that fly.
Oh, dear Lord. The Cog folk take inspiration from dragons and will start building dragons. This clearly is pissing everybody off even more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone is so unhappy about this, and yeah, that is, I believe, it for my turn. For a number, it's gonna be the same. Cog dragons that fly versus Cogzilla. I guess Cog dragons. Well, I guess they just made Cogzilla, so they got a lot of experience from something they haven't done before. So I'll make it a little bit less and put it at 4. Because they probably have mastered at least some form of art at this point about it.
Yep. That is
Right.
fair.
Okay, that is it for my turn.
Okay. Well, in which case, we're going to move forward. It's going to be Lion's turn.
It's time to introduce something new. Or introduce a new fractal.
Yep.
And I am going to introduce I'm going to introduce some rift surfing.
Rift surfing.
Yep. There are psionic rift surfers that swarmed out of the sky one day in mass.
All right. So, what symbol are you
We're getting-
using?
For a symbol, I'm looking for like a snowboarding helmet.
Oh gosh.
I'm looking for some kind of like motorcycle helmet.
I mean, you could just maybe use
Helmet.
a surfboard or something.
Yeah, that may.
They're
Sure.
silver surfers.
Yeah. No copyright, all right? They're riff surfers.
Oh,
right?
rift surfers. That's right. Yeah, rift surfers.
Yeah.
They're not silver in particular.
I don't know.
Not at all.
I imagine they're more colorful. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to put them right in the thick of things. And let me roll a
Yeah.
d8. 3 north, northeast. So, or east. So they're gonna be. Whew, where things are happening. And yeah. So,
Right.
some flying scions.
Flying scions. All right.
I love
we're gonna,
psionics.
We're gonna add flying to the peoples and creatures. Flying scions.
Flying psionics. Got it.
Okay. Cool.
There's a lot of things flying.
There are a lot of things that fly in this world. Lots of things. Now, time for the card.
The Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts. What's the most beautiful thing in this area, or what's the most hideous thing in this area?
I'm gonna say the most beautiful thing in the area. A point of contention. There is the glow is there's now a point of contention on which is brighter, the radiant upper city of light or the glow. So each of them is like, no, our city's the brightest. No, the glow is brightest. So
is
there's
is it like sass, or is it
Contest-
like aggression?
it is an
aggressive.
aggression. It is a it's been a building thing over time, but now it is starting to come to head where it is Glow can't have it. They're I'm gonna I think for that should do with a counter of some kind for them to have some kind of squabble, some kind of like
Ooh.
what kind of like ideological warfare kind of deal.
Ideological warfare. Oh my god.
Who's the brightest? Who's the most beautiful? What do y'all think?
Yeah.
I love it. Like a countdown to like of ideological warfare. Like it doesn't even have to be actual fighting. And then even like the word bright can be interpreted different ways. Like I mean yeah, it's awesome. I love it. How long would they actually sit on this though?
I don't know how long it would be. I rolled a 5.
Nice.
Do we want to put it 5 before? Like it's a growing tension.
There we go. 5. Where do I put it? I guess I'll put it next to. Well, I can't put it next to one or the other. I'll just put it next to the glow here. It's easier, I suppose.
It's easier to see.
Yeah.
Let's see, and then projects. Did projects get updated? Hope is too.
Okay, I'll update the dragon. There you go. We just added that one.
Yep, that one
This-
doesn't change it. We just added.
This the dragon for Dragon Girl is now 5. I guess that that's all of them
Oh,
now.
for the did you do the frog, the Pope frog?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. Magic Pope.
And the Mecha Dragon. Okay.
Yeah.
What about the movement of the gravitational thing?
I don't know how fast we want to do. We could move it. We could move it that it move this way. Have it be line
it
over
change?
time. Yeah. Yeah, sure. We could have it just change every turn while we're doing stuff.
3. So it would then go east after that.
East.
East.
Oh, I guess you can move it wherever you want since it's your turn. However
Or,
far you want to move it.
I brought it down. I'm just going
Oh.
to now
Okay.
take it and have it. Yeah.
You know what? I'll
Yeah.
put an actual arrow. I'll put an actual arrow for.
An arrow.
You know what
Oh,
I
boy.
think? Create smaller circles and they're like points, stops on the journey, and then you draw those arrows between those points. Might be best. So that there isn't an arrow pointing to this thing, because every time you move it, that the shape of that arrow is gonna change.
Well, yeah, but then you could also just do this.
But you can't do that for the entire journey.
I see. So,
So, do you mind if I give a
Yeah.
shot at it?
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to create a small circle, and I'm going to increase the thickness of that circle pretty high. This is going to be, let us just say, this right up here is where it started. So we're going to draw an arrow there, and now it's moving in this direction, and we just continue the journey as such, creating an additional creating a additional circle and then drawing arrows to the next one.
That makes sense. So that way you know like where things kind of settled over time.
Yep.
I see. Okay.
Oh.
It's getting awfully close to the centaurs there.
It is,
Oh, yeah.
and that might be the thing that turns them on.
The gravity. Oh no.
Is that what I?
Do we
Well,
want to make it a? How do we want to resolve the possibility of that being done by gravity rather than someone discovering it? Make it a chance?
I don't know.
maybe what it does is it's gravity, so it pulls some in and leaves some there, but it doesn't activate them. It just carries them along with it.
there are
Sprinkling,
some. There
sprinkling Virobots.
here. Okay, so it's gonna sprinkle them on to the east somewhere. So there's some with them like that. Oh geez.
Yeah. But I think it should be something like magic that wakes them up or something significant, not just being tossed around. What do y'all think?
Oh, almost like, yeah, they're all around the world, but you need the magic button that's only found on the original landing site to turn them on. Or something, I don't know. Yeah, I got you though. Yeah, so, all of them, or I guess some of them would still be here, I suppose. Okay. Cool. It's like Sharknado, but instead of sharks, it's centaurs with crab hands.
I like what that dragon is doing. World. In goodness. It's like I have ideas, and then when it's my turn, I'm like, oh, everything I was just thinking is gone. You know?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's understandable. We'll probably pretty quickly hit a wall of decision fatigue because there's a lot of stuff that
there's
Yeah.
so much. I mean, it's a lot of really good stuff. I'm just looking at the chaos start, and I'm like, oh my god.
I want to pitch this, and I don't want to elongate the process any further, but I almost feel like spring needs to be tonight's session.
Okay, yeah, you know, I feel like that's
honestly,
fair.
I'm getting a little bit of a. I feel like I'll get a little bit of a headache if I go past that.
Sure.
But I
Yeah.
think because we spent a lot of time with the prep and spring and getting into this, I feel like summer and fall, therefore, will be about the same amount of time when we do.
That's fair. And honestly, this is great. I mean, just looking at how it's wonderful. Just looking at the evolution of it all. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
All right. I have my complication.
Okay.
Complication.
Let me get copy. While everything's been going, a contingent of the Glow forces has begun moving to destroy the magipacitors in the mountains. They have been discovered by the dragons and the cogs.
Oh.
Before any conflict happens yet, the plot just thickened.
The Glow discovered a magic caps. Oh god.
Okay. Okay. So, with that said, and I love you copied the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like a little contingent, yeah. With that
11.
said, did you? Oh, was that part of drawing a card, or
No, that was the something happens. That was the a discovery that they discovered. They knew about it, but they've been discovered trying to get to destroy this magipacitor
Gotcha. Understood.
chunk wielding that glow. It is now your turn.
All right, it is my turn. I believe this is the last card of spring.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 2 more.
There's 2 more?
So this is the second to
Almost
last
done.
one. Because there's 13 cards in a suit.
Oh, 13 cards. Does this account for... Oh, you might be right. Yeah, you're right. Okay. We have 2 more. Okay, so what it be? Oh, I gotta decide the fragment that gets added in here. Boy howdy, do we have quite a few things.
Magic Pope isn't going to be enlightened before summer.
The advent of alchemy. Alchemical. Because I'm literally holding a beer right now. An alchemical knowledge. That is to say, the only thing that's remaining from a particular world is alchemical knowledge.
That's true.
How is that? In what form is that? Is that in the form of like
Golden tablets or like
golden tablets? Golden alchemical tablets. Golden tablets that maybe not golden tablets, but
I'm trying to think
like a philosopher's stone tablet or something. Like maybe the information is inside of potions that people drink, and they get the knowledge through drinking stuff, kind of like with aboleths.
I was thinking like in terms of alchemy as a profession, as a full-on practice, as something that is beyond just typical chemistry. Literally, the ability to turn iron into gold and stuff like that is discovered, and it is bestowed through remnants from this world that comes in. And I like the idea of tablets. Tablets with information concerning the greatest secrets of alchemy. And I would almost say that before this world got destroyed, they knew it was coming, and they decided that this was one of the things that they wanted to leave behind, and it did actually get someplace, and it got here. But where are we gonna put these tablets? Are they in a singular location, or are they spread out?
they're spread out.
I was a silly goose and decided to type in tablet, thinking that I was going to bring up like
you got
Moses
like an actual...
tablets, but no. I think we need to bring in actual effing tablets.
Yeah.
Like, oh no,
Like
people have to
iPads with alchemical information on them.
Oh yeah.
So people have to figure out how to turn them on. It's like, what is this? What is this?
So are they? So Matt, are they plastic tablets, or are they like crystal? Like, are they like glass, like mirrors that like you wave your hand, or they're still touchscreen or something?
I feel like they're like touchscreen glass mirrors, but like they actually function like tablets. They're pretty gosh darn impervious. They're part of material that was made using this secret alchemy, and I think it's undiscovered at this moment. I need to choose a place. I feel like right up here.
Now, is it just one tablet, or how many tablets do you think?
Is there a scattering of tablets across the world? Sure. What's the vote? One large tablet with all of the information, or like 5 small tablets that spread out the information?
You know, I almost feel like if it was like multiple tablets, that would make it a nice quest sequence to get them all, and maybe they were limited in size because they couldn't afford RAM or something. I don't know. So they have to make multiple.
I like the idea of like the tablets. Like, there's a lot of tablets, but it's because there's a lot of people that were in college studying the course, and they hadn't gotten all the way through, and there's only one tablet that's the professor's tablet.
So 1, 2, 3. We're gonna put a 4th one. I'm gonna say the 4th one is gonna go right here, and then.
Oh, that's kind of cool, because then you have the chance of like getting erroneous information, right? With like Lion's idea, it's like, yeah, well, this one says this, well, that one says that one. Well, which one is the actual, like actual answer? And real tablets like somewhere like extremely hard to find, like the bottom of the ocean.
Mirror like iPads. scattered. One is the true one?
The one tablet to rule them all.
Professor tablet.
What is it, Terezi? Yes,
Okay.
I hear you.
All right, so
Like an-
that is the so that's the thing that gets emerged into here. Card time. I think there's only 2 cards left.
8 of hearts.
8 of hearts. Which I think that means the last one's the ace. Is that correct?
It is.
All right.
Nice.
So Paladin gets the ace. 8 is an old piece of machinery is discovered, broken but perhaps repairable. What is it? What would it be useful for? Or an old piece of machinery is discovered, cursed and dangerous. How does the community destroy it?
I like both of those.
I
They're
like
so
both
good.
of those as well.
You should answer both.
Heck yeah.
Old piece of machinery.
Heck yeah. This is your jam. The machine stuff. You got it.
So, like, we got a bunch of machinery here. What I think, we're going to come back to the whole extraction thing gone wrong. The hook that was used to extract it, they were able to ultimately extract it with, like, a tractor beam or something. But the hook itself had to be cut off and left behind, and the hook is radiating with magic. It's like it consumed so much resonant frequency from this magipacitor, and it's this like mound of like metals and stuff like that. I think what this calls for is this large thing built of many different metals, this strange whatever was left behind that wasn't supposed to be left behind, but is now imbued with this raw magic. Well, it is now raw material to handle the scarcity of magical weapons.
Oh my god.
So
Oh.
Somebody needs to discover it though. There's a community that discovers it. It would stand to reason that there's this little goblinoid thing, people over here, and they're really nearby, and they decide,
Well,
they're all crafty.
hmm.
They decide to do a whole bunch of stuff with it.
The bees could have also, when they flew by, seen it as well. I feel like both would have been. Both are good options, but how do you? Ooh.
Bees picked him up.
Bees
first.
versus goblins. Both
Yeah,
are
I feel
viable
like-
answers.
The bees would have picked them up first, but with the caveat, the goblins noticed.
That's right.
And
You could-
the
yeah.
bees can only carry so much, and
Yeah.
they don't want to be too close to the wild magic.
That's true. They literally flew around it. They're like, nope.
I'm going to turn this upside down. Can I rotate it? No, I can't rotate it. Whoa! Where'd that line come from?
So there's a little rotation button like on the bottom left, right outside of the square.
There. So they decided to take it back, and the bloatflies decided to do something with it. And I think some sort of magical weaponry thing. Perhaps repairable. What is it? What would it be useful for? Well, it would be useful for magic weaponry, and I think that needs to be the thing that is uncovered with a project. I think it is the project to make it into useful items. But I want to add the caveat that the goblins discovered it, or discovered that this was happening. So I feel like there should be I feel like it's going to be a partial success that's going to not work out for everybody. Therefore, I'm going to count it down from 3. that is also my starting project. Anything else we need to count down? We need to count down our toad. We need to count down our diplomatic dragon.
Diplomatic.
I got the mech.
What's this one here? This 5 that's just sitting here.
The battle glow versus.
Who's the brightest?
Okay, so that one goes down to 4.
We're-
And also moving this thing maybe. So that will move a little bit in this direction. Somebody roll me a D. 8? Well, I mean, I feel like 8 brings it back up in this direction, right?
8 is northwest.
Cool.
Oops, sorry.
All right. So this project, the project that I started, the idea is to change the scarcity magical weapons into an abundance. And that is going to be my turn. I gotta write all that shit down.
Do we want to drop any centaurs with the move, or do you want to keep moving them along?
If you could move those, I'll let you take care of that. However, the Linoids discovered this was happening. Okay. Cool. So that's my turn. We leave it to you, Paladin. Take us
Oh shit. Okay, I guess this is the last one for spring.
Yep.
Okay. Hey Squigs, good to see ya.
Hey.
All right, so let me see. This is gonna be the last one. So I feel like it has to be either something extremely dramatic, or very absurd, or both. Okay. So
Countdown from 5.
I think what I'm going to add is that there is from another world a dark realm, a very dark realm.
Oh, dark realm.
There, and this is like the end of spring, and maybe something dangerous that had fallen. There is an entire kingdom from a realm of extreme negative energy and shadow, with a lich as its king on a floating castle in the sky, far up in the sky. And as far as like where it landed, it's 20, so it's at the extreme bottom right.
So is like is the whole castle, is like the city a castle? Like, is it itself like a giant floating, like, negative energy castle type deal?
Yes, essentially. So there is the castle, It is a floating city, but it doesn't move. It's just there, and it's in the extreme bottom right. So we'll say, honestly, with it being there on above that island, that sounds about good, right there. And we'll put a lich on it. Skeleton. Let's see. And he's gonna have a crown. You know, I feel like it being a humanoid skeleton is a little bit overdone. So rather than it being a human skeleton, let's see.
I feel like you are creating a new lineage on top of this, but they've been long undead or something.
Right, right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll a d20, and the higher the number, the further away from humanoid we get, but the lower, the closer to the cliche we are. So, okay, a 4. So they're not human, they're not elves, they're not any of the other proper races, but they are humanoid, and so I'm gonna say that they are. It's a Minotaur Lich.
I want to point out this is very close to the 100-foot tall dinosaur bones.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you know what? They're about to resurrect that fucking. The age of undead versus the cogs might actually come one day. Who knows?
I love it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a crown on top of his head. And what is the card?
The
I'm
Ace
ready.
of Hearts.
The ace. Now, what group has the highest status in the community? What must people do to gain inclusion in this group? Or are there distinct family units in the community? If so, what family structures are common?
Repeat the first part again, please.
What group has the highest status in the community, and what must people do to gain inclusion in this group?
Ooh, status.
Who's top dog?
You know, the glows, they have so many people already there. I mean, the fact that they have literally unified the entire world under one symbol in some form, right? All like a lot of races in one symbol. I feel like from a social practice, like they are the ones that have managed to like get all these individuals together under one umbrella. So I think that they are the highest status by far. And you know, with them kind of like supporting this group for so long, and now kind of seeing them and being in an ideological war with someone else, they are now questioning what it means to be the brightest. So maybe they're going to start to not let everyone in. It's going to start to be a little bit more of a closed group of who gets to be in the glow and benefit from the glow and touch the glow. So they're going to have a hierarchy. And so how to get in is that people are going to have to prove their worthiness and commitment to the glow by going through different tiers of their servitude, with the final being the joining of their soul and body to the glow in some sort of ritual that actually does make the glow stronger in some way.
Gotcha.
Becoming one with the glow.
One with the glow.
There's a force, a glow force, and you can be a part of it.
All right, that is great. All because of this engine maintenance symbol.
They made an entire culture and religion out of this thing with rituals and everything. An ideological warfare. My God, it's how it starts always.
All right. So, in which case, let's count some things down. We have
Okay.
dragons going down to 1. Oh, we have Pope going down to 0.
I got the dragon, and I got the.
I like how we all
I got
just
the glow.
agreed he's a pope now. He's the magic pope.
Did you already get the bees or?
I didn't get the bees yet.
Okay, got it. There you go.
So I will say probably the least involved in all of the groups here have been the Roog. That is to say, the Roog has maintained its own supremacy over in the distance, and things have not been turbulent there. Things have been turbulent in other places. However, this particular, I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this together as a single unit. This particular Pope individual, they have established mastery over a school of magic, and they have birthed it forth. It is something that is very divine in nature. They have literally become a Pope-like figure. Well, the thing is, you can't be a Pope-like figure unless you're like part of a church that like grows to that status. But they're a prophet. They have become so attuned with magical capabilities, they are a de facto prophet. They are going to come back to their main community of Roog, and they are going to warn them that great and terrible wars are coming. And that in order to protect yourself, I must teach you this craft. To the dismay of the Phantom Roog.
Oh, the drama.
The Phantom.
Now, the Phantom Roog from the discussion from earlier.
Right.
I'm gonna put his head upside down. That's gonna be the Phantom Roog.
Oh no.
I don't know if there's a way. Oh, is there like a let's go to icons. Images and icons. We're gonna look at frogs again. Frog. There's one that looks like Kermit. I ain't doing that. I'm sorry. Why? Oh dear Lord. I'm tempted.
Oh my God.
That's a symbol.
He's got the eyes. No wonder he got slayed.
Roog.
Oh.
So, yes. This Roog is going to teach the other Roog the secrets of this magic so that they can protect themselves in the wars to come. So, Roog Prophet returns to the Roog and warns them of great and terrible wars to come, and teaches them the secrets of a divine magic for protection. Okay, cool. So that is what happens as part of that, and that is handed over to you for the last part, which is discover something new, or hold a discussion, or
well, since we're going for big and bad and dramatic, and I did just add this piece down here, and Lion has a point. Those dinosaur bones are not that far. Maybe you should make it even a bit bigger because of how big it actually is. There we go. Um, I think that they will very quickly catch on to like the fact that this thing exists and are going to start a project to animate it and use it as one of their legion to start to expand in this world a bit. It's a little bit too bright. How long that's going to take, I think, is going to be a matter of the fact that they can't. Well, the castle is floating, so they got to get down from the castle, actually traverse over there, and then res it, and bring it back. So we'll say three for them for a project.
For bones, in attempt to raise will take time. Okay.
Hi, Stronghold D&D, welcome. We are playing The Quiet Year. Actually, we just are about to finish. We are making the history of our setting that we're writing, and so we just are literally just about to finish one part out of four seasons, right?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, there's so much that happened.
To go through the chronicle, we'll just kind of speed through the chronicle of what we
Yes.
have in spring. First, there was a world. It was a pre-existing, for the most part, pre-existing world. In terms of its first inhabitants, it's uncertain when they arrived. Actually, maybe parts of their history were lost. But what we know is that fragments of other worlds have started coming onto this one. There were small things such as the lightning glass desert made of fulgurite. But then, of course, we knew about the Roog. The Roog were an amphibian race who lived atop of a kaiju-sized salamander, the top half of it. And also in this time, there were also an individual group called the Blowflies. And so they started to gather together their forces to build a hive. There were also Cogfolk, and the Cogfolk were very curious about the world, but the world was still young. A star drive, a particular strange device falls upon the world. An area of debris is laid, and the cult of the glow, or cult of the green, started next to the star drive. Only of Roogs and Botflies of first. Roogs and Botflies did not get along, but in unison of this new religion, they decided to set aside their differences. They worship it as a deity. They believe death by radiation is the way to ascend. There is a Father Cog. The Cogs are trying to figure out. There are mutated hunters around the cult of the glow green. There's atmospheric changes happening. There's a mayonnaise sea. And there is a city made of 3 parts that begins to fall onto the world bit by bit. The thing is that the whole theme is bits and pieces of other worlds are starting to fall in this world. No explanation why, but they are. There has been the emergence of these creatures called the Zephyrkin, who are basically air elementals of all different wildlife, and they exist up in the upper strata. Also, technological creatures that have a virus that causes them to malfunction. They are crab centaurs. There is another discussion that takes place between Group A and Group B at a shadowy cabal. An old Roog is concerned that there will be a competition for space. A administrator of some sort says, "We think that the Bloatflies will have ample resources. Keep a close eye to turn out favor for later." And then a creepy person decides it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the light shines, beckons to all of us. After that episode, the dragons appeared. They were attracted by Cogzilla initially. They started almost worshiping Cogzilla. The powers that be try to extract a Magipacitor. Everybody in the world does lack weaponized magic and magic weapons. And eventually, that attempt to pull the thing out, well, causes a resonance cascade. There's a goblinoid race that enters into the fray. Gravitational magics become a thing. There's rift surfing, psionic rift surfers. Rift surfing, psionic rift surfers. They storm out of the sky. Finally, that hive creation for the botfly signals a brief golden age, but is shadowed by two queens in contention for rule. Also, I want to mention the aftermath of the final Titan city coming down. Nobody's happy about it. Nobody is. The third city misses their dominion over the single stack city. A schism breaks out over a full societal fight between the hive queens. One is the Queen Bristles, who is a germaphobe and elitist, and the other is Marquess Redflower, who's edge lady botfly, more bohemian, little rebellious. They decide Queen Bristles has to leave, so her and her people decide to travel. The powers that be get to the point where they extract that Magipacitor crystal, but a cascade resonance takes place, and scattered raw magic around the world is laid. Almost instinctively thereafter, the glow cult hears whispers. They must destroy Magipacitors for divine favor. With these goblinoid mob creatures emerging, they immediately see cogfolk as raw material for their own machine, and war breaks out. Meanwhile, a hermit rogue decides to experiment with raw magic. And a charismatic young dragon goes across the intelligent races, brings them into a scheme to create a central guild of magic, use them for global protectors of magic. Queen Bristles and company finally settle in the desert. They create glass hives. It's around this time that Cogzilla awakens. The Cog folk decided to create this to protect themselves. The first thing they decide to do is to kill the goblinoids that tried to make machines out of them. Everybody's upset by this. Everybody's terrified, and everybody will start defending themselves. They end up taking inspiration from the dragons, and they will start building clockwork dragons. Shortly after, those scions arrive, and there's an aggressive contest on the side between the Glow people and the City people. Who's brightest? Is it the third city, or is it the Glow? There's the contingent of Glow forces decides to move and destroy Magipacitors in the mountains. They are discovered by dragons and cogfolk. The extractor, Hook, by the powers that be, from extracting the Magipacitor, it was left behind. Queen Bristle decides to take it and determine what they're going to do with it. Maybe magical weapons, maybe magical items. Well, they begin a project for that, but the goblinoids discover that this is taking place. That Glow religion, they are considered the highest status in the world by far, and they will begin to become exclusive, hierarchical even, proving their worthiness by going through the different tiers of servitude. Tiers to join their soul and body to the Glow, to be one with the Glow. Meanwhile, because all of this is happening, that Rogue prophet has learned a school of magic and returns to the Rogue and warns them of great and terrible wars to come, and teaches them the secrets of a divine magic for protection. And an undead Minotaur Lich makes its presence and begins to spread its negative energy and potentially try to raise that ancient Tyrannosaurus. Also something about tablets, like actual iPads with Alchemy. So that is what we got done in spring.
It only took 4.5 hours.
We can continue to add things for summer, but I do think a lot of the stuff should be complicating what's on here and making the wars and the struggles take place. But that's going to be out enough for today because that was a lot.
That is a lot.
And
Yeah, it was a great session.
We are,
Oh yeah.
yeah, we are off to some amazing original ideas of which we are going to be able to gather these together into something truly unique and special. I want to thank everybody for joining us on this journey and watching us come up with crazy nonsense in the form of a bunch of blips and blops on a idea board. So if you enjoyed this, please, I want you to hit the follow button on whichever stream you're watching. Also, if you're watching one stream, feel free to check out the other stream. I am Chaotic and Writer. This is Paladin Archives, and this is Lion, also Leo Columba. And us three together, we're part of a community called The Archives, which is a TTRPG / D&D community of enthusiasts, players, DMs, and such. If you are interested in such an environment, in such a community, feel free to find the link in the doobly-doo over in chat. And I just want to say thank you to my compatriots here for enjoying a night of fantastic world building.
This was absolutely a really so much more fun than I originally thought it would be. I knew it was going to be a good time, but just the amount of this is not something I possibly could even imagined that we would have got into. There's just so much going on here. I mean, the amount of creativity here, it is astounding. So round of applause to both of you guys for sure, for getting this all together to where it is now. And I'm really excited to play the summertime part of this next week. So if you guys are watching, we're gonna do the second part again next week, I think starting around the same time, more or less, about 7 p.m. EST. So if you guys want to tune on in and see how we continue working this part of our setting, which we are going to publicize later this year, and then also turn it into a West March as well. Please join us. I mean, it's fun, and we'll figure and we'll see if we can figure out a way to try to get you guys to do some polls, try to get some involvement with you guys as well to also participate a little bit. So thank you all, and thank you, Matt, and thank you, Lion, for this wonderful evening. It was an incredible amount of fun, and I'm looking forward to next week.
Absolutely. I think what might be good for next week is to just throw up a super quick summary of some of the things, not everything, but something that would get new users for next week to get context right away.
Right, exactly. And well, I guess thank you guys so much, and thank you guys everyone watching either stream. I think from here we're gonna go into a raid, and hope you guys have a great and wonderful time. Ooh, Matt, maybe we should raid the same person.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking that. I have a buddy.
Okay.
Guild Superior. I actually know this individual. They live like 3 or 4 hours north of me. So they right now appear to be running Heroes of Greyhawk,
nice,
which is a D&D campaigns. We could raid them. Otherwise, if we want to find a world building stream, we could do that.
Guild Superior sounds awesome to me. Yeah, I found him here. Okay, yeah, then we'll go ahead and do a dual raid. I'll put in my raid message on my chat so you guys can go say hi to them and give them a great welcome. Let's see, raid from the archives. Hello. Here
has begun.
Here is my raid message. If you guys want to copy that and paste it whenever we get over there. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. This is a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to playing next week.
All right. This has been what is the thing that I usually say when I outro a stream? It's been a pleasure and a privilege And I, Chaotic Writer, Paladin, and Lion will see all y'all in the next episode.
Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.